welcome to the long night. What if I told you that a single story whispered by ancient Zen masters could quiet the storm in your mind tonight? Over the next 3 hours, you're about to hear tales so profound that emperors once abandoned their thrones just to understand what these teachers were pointing toward. And if it feels right, you can quietly share where you're listening from, because there is something gentle and strangely comforting about knowing we are resting together under the same night sky, even from different corners of the world. There's something beautiful about hearts finding peace together across the globe. So settle in with whatever brings you comfort. Let your shoulders drop. Let your breath slow down. These aren't just stories. They are 1,000-year-old medicines for modern anxiety, handed down through generations of wise teachers who discovered the secret of unshakable inner calm. Tonight, you don't have to fix anything. You only have to listen and allow the mind to soften. Your journey to deep peace begins now. Music. In ancient Japan, during a time when the old ways were crumbling and new ideas flooded in from the West, there lived a Zen master known as Master Renji. This was the Meiji era, beginning in 1868, when Japan opened its doors to the world after centuries of isolation. Emperors were losing power. Samurai were laying down their swords, and everything that once seemed permanent was changing like leaves in an autumn wind that never asks permission before it turns the season. Yet even in this chaos, people still sought wisdom. One day, a university professor, his mind buzzing with Western philosophy and scientific theories, came to visit Master Renji. Let's call him Professor Alden. He had heard whispers of something called Zen, a way of understanding that went beyond books and lectures, beyond logic, and proof, a way of seeing that could not be captured by clever language. Master Renji welcomed him with a gentle smile and began preparing tea, and the professor, unable to contain his excitement, immediately launched into a detailed explanation of his studies, his theories about consciousness, his interpretations of Eastern philosophy, his conclusions about what truth should look like. Words poured from him like water from a broken dam. Master Renji listened patiently, nodding occasionally as he lifted the teapot, as if the simple act of pouring tea mattered just as much as any idea the mind could ever produce. The cup sat waiting between them, and in the next moment, so small, so ordinary, you will see how a single gesture can teach what a lifetime of arguments cannot. The first drop of tea fell into the cup as quietly as a sigh. Then another. Then another. Master Renji's hand remained steady, unhurried, as if time itself had slowed to match his breathing. Professor Alden continued speaking, at first still caught in the momentum of his own thoughts, still riding the familiar wave of explanation and certainty. But the sound of liquid rising in the cup began to compete with his voice, and without meaning to, he started to listen. The tea climbed toward the rim. A thin tremble formed on the surface, glossy and delicate like a mirror that could not hold much more weight. And then it spilled. At first, it was only a few warm drops sliding over porcelain. But Master Renji did not stop. Tea ran down the cup gathered on the tray and pooled, as if the cup were no longer a cup at all, but a vessel that had reached its limit and simply could not receive anything else. Professor Alden's words faltered. His mouth remained slightly open, but the sentence he had been building collapsed. He stared at the overflowing cup, confused, then startled, then finally compelled to speak. "Master," he said, trying to keep his voice polite, "the cup is full. It can't hold any more." Master Renji poured for one breath longer, just long enough for the lesson to become unmistakable. Then he set the teapot down with a soft click, like a period at the end of a long paragraph. He looked at the professor with calm eyes that did not accuse, did not mock, did not need to win. In the same way, Master Renji said, "You are full." He let the words settle, not as a blow, but as a mirror. "You come to me carrying your own ideas," he continued, "your own opinions, your conclusions. You are already overflowing." Professor Alden felt heat rise in his face. Instinctively, he wanted to explain himself. He wanted to say he was curious, that he meant well, that his knowledge was sincere. He wanted to defend the years of study, the discipline, the effort. But something in the master's presence made those defenses feel strangely unnecessary, as if they belonged to an older version of him, a version that had learned to survive by being impressive. Master Renji's voice remained gentle. "How can I show you Zen?" he asked, "if you do not first empty your cup?" The room became very still, not the tense stillness of shame, but the honest stillness of recognition, the moment when the mind sees itself clearly and cannot pretend otherwise. Professor Alden realized in that quiet that he had not come only to learn. He had also come to confirm himself. He had come to collect Zen like another idea, another achievement, another ornament for the intellect. He had come with a hidden hunger to be right, to be certain, to be admired for understanding something mysterious. Zen was not going to satisfy that hunger. Zen did not belong to the part of the mind that collects trophies. Master Renji lifted the cup, poured the spilled tea away, and wiped the tray clean. Then he rinsed the cup as carefully as a person washing a wound, and poured again. This time, the tea sat peacefully inside, warm and contained. No overflow, no waste, just a quiet fullness that could hold what it had been given. "Even good knowledge can become a burden," Master Renji said, "if you hold it too tightly." He cradled the cup for a moment, letting its warmth sink into his palms. When a cup is full, it cannot receive. When the mind is full, it cannot see. Professor Alden lowered his gaze. He could feel the crowded room inside his head. Arguments stacked on arguments, labels, definitions, certainty, and the subtle tension that comes from always needing to be someone who knows. He had assumed this was intelligence, but now he saw it was also a kind of imprisonment. Master Renji did not tell him to throw away learning. He did not ask him to become foolish. He pointed to something more delicate, a different posture, a different way of meeting life. Zen teachers often call it beginner's mind. Not ignorance, but openness. Not emptiness as dullness, but emptiness as space. The unclenched mind, the mind that can listen fully without preparing its next sentence. The mind that can meet a moment without instantly naming it, judging it, and turning it into another object to control. Professor Alden lifted the cup and took a slow sip. The tea was slightly bitter at first, then softened into sweetness, like a truth that does not flatter the ego, but nourishes the heart. He noticed how the master watched him, not as a judge, but as someone simply present. And the professor realized something else. The teaching was not only in the words, it was in the way Master Renji moved, in the way he poured, in the way he waited, in the way he did not rush. The mind did not force awakening, did not shame a person into insight. To empty your cup, you must feel safe enough to let go of what you have been holding. And perhaps, as you listen tonight, you may sense the same gentle loosening beginning in you. Not because you are trying hard, but because you are allowing something to soften. The jaw releases, the shoulders drop, the inner fist unclenches. The mind stops insisting it must carry everything alone. Master Renji's lesson was simple, but it was not small. It pointed to the beginning of a different kind of life, one where peace is not found by adding more certainty, but by releasing what crowds the heart. And as the night continues, the stories will keep guiding you into that same spaciousness, again and again, through compassion, through surprise, through silence. Because the mind is not tamed by force. It is quieted by understanding and by the steady presence of someone who does not fear the storm. In the next story, you will meet a man trapped in his own repeating habits, a husband whose choices spun like a wheel and ground his home into sorrow. And you will meet a master, Master Daisen, who does not preach at him, does not punish him, but stays near through a long night until craving cools and something inside the man finally shifts. 5 seconds / greater than the rain began in the late afternoon and did not stop. It was a steady, patient rain, the kind that seems to fall not to frighten the world, but to soften it. Master Daisen walked along a narrow road between villages, his robe darkened by water, his sandals damp, each step quiet against the earth. He was traveling as monks often did in those days, without hurry, without a fixed place to end the night, moving as if the road itself were part of practice. As the light faded, he noticed a small house at the edge of the path. The roof sagged slightly. The wooden walls looked worn by many seasons. A single lantern glowed from within, trembling with wind, and in the doorway stood a woman. She was not young and not yet old, but there was a tiredness in her face, the tiredness of someone who has waited too many nights for the same promise to be kept. When she saw the monk, she bowed quickly, surprised that anyone was passing by at all. Master Daisen returned the bow. He did not ask much. He simply stood with her for a moment in the rain, as if listening not only to her words, but to the life behind them. The woman hesitated, then spoke in a careful voice. "Please forgive me," she said. "I don't have much to offer, but if you need shelter for the night, you may stay here." Inside, she cleared a small place near the hearth. The room smelled of smoke and boiled rice, the smell of survival. She poured him water with hands that trembled, and then, as if her strength had been holding back, a flood. Tears came without warning. "I'm sorry," she whispered, wiping her face with her sleeve. "I didn't mean to cry." "It is all right," Master Daisen said. His voice did not push her, but it gave her permission, and in that permission, her grief began to speak. "My husband gambles," she said, staring into the fire. "Every day he leaves, and every night I wait. Sometimes he returns angry. Sometimes he returns empty. And sometimes he does not return at all." She swallowed the words, catching. "I work. I save. I stretch the rice. I mend the clothes. But he takes what little we have and throws it into games." She paused, then admitted the thing that hurt most. "I want to hate him, but he is still my husband." Outside, the rain continued like a long breath. Inside, the fire crackled softly. Master Daisen listened without interrupting. He did not hand her advice like a hard stone. He did not tell her what to do with her marriage. Instead, he asked one simple question, as if it were the only one that mattered. "Where is he now?" "At the gambling house," she answered. near the river. Master Dazen nodded once. He rose. The woman's eyes widened. "Master, where are you going?" "To the river," he said. And before she could argue, he stepped back into the rain. Near the water lanterns burned bright in a low building. Men crowded around a table. Laughter rose and fell. The clack of coins sharp against the night. The air smelled of sweat sake and the restless excitement that keeps people chasing what never satisfies. In the center sat the husband, eyes fixed body, leaning forward, hands quick, as if the next roll or the next card might finally give him what he had been chasing for years. Master Daisen stood in the doorway. He did not shout. He did not announce himself. He waited until the husband looked up and noticed him. The gambler's face tightened, half annoyance, half unease, as if a monk appearing here had become a mirror he didn't want to see. "What do you want?" the man snapped. "I came to speak with you," Master Daisen said gently. "Not now. I'm busy." Master Daisen did not argue. He only said in a calm voice that cut through the noise, without violence, "Your wife is waiting." The husband's jaw clenched. "Always waiting," he muttered, as if her waiting were her weakness, not his wound. "Then come," Master Daisen replied. "Not tomorrow. Not after one more game. Come now." The gambler laughed, but the sound carried no joy. "Do you know what it feels like to lose?" he said. "To think you can win it back. Just one more time, and everything will be fixed." Master Daisen nodded as if he understood that hunger perfectly. Then he reached into his sleeve and took out the small money he carried for his journey. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make the gamblers look up. He placed it on the table. The husband stared. "What is this?" "If you believe you must gamble," Master Daisen said, "then gamble with this." He paused, letting the offer land. "And if you win, take it home to your wife." The gambler's greed flashed instantly, and his hand closed over the coins as if afraid they might vanish. He began to play again, energized by the new stake. But Master Daisen did not sit down. He did not join the game. He simply stayed near, quiet and unmoving, like a mountain placed in the corner of a noisy room. The husband played. He lost. He played again. He won a little. Then he lost again. The night stretched, the rain continued, and the gambling house slowly grew tired, like a fire running out of fuel. And all the while, Master Daisen remained there, not condemning, not rescuing, not preaching, only present, only awake, only witnessing. By the time dawn began to pale the windows, the room looked different. Not electric, not tempting, just worn, just empty. The husband stared at the last coins in his palm. They were not enough to make him proud, not enough to make him feel powerful. And yet, they were enough to show him the truth. The chase had no end, and the hunger had no bottom. He looked up at Master Daisen, and his voice came out rough, stripped of bravado. "Why did you stay?" he asked. "Why are you still here because someone had to stay awake?" Master Daisen said softly. Something in the husband loosened, as if a knot inside him had finally been touched. Outside, the first birds began to call. The world was waking. Master Daisen gestured toward the door. "Come," he said again. "Now." And this time, the man did not argue. He stood, and together they walked back through wet streets that looked gentler in early light. The small house at the edge of the road was still there, its lantern dim now, but warm. When they entered, the wife looked up startled. For a moment she did not know what she was seeing her husband beside a monk. both of them soaked with rain, both of them quiet. The husband could not hold her gaze for long. He placed the remaining coins in her hands, not like a winner, but like someone returning from a long, foolish journey. The wife's lips trembled. She did not cry loudly. She simply held the coins as if they were sacred, not because of their value, but because of what they carried. Presence return, a first step away from the wheel. Master Daisen did not declare the man changed forever. He did not offer the wife false certainty. He only spoke with the gentleness of someone who understands how the mind turns itself into a prison. Everything changes, he said, even habits that feel stronger than you. But change begins when you choose this moment instead of the next one. Then he bowed and stepped back onto the road. The rain had eased. The sky was clearing. And if you listen closely, you can feel what this story is really saying. Sometimes wisdom does not arrive as force. Sometimes it arrives as someone staying near you long enough for craving to cool, long enough for the fever of the mind to break. And sometimes the strongest act is not to fight harder, but to return, to come home, to step out of the spinning wheel and let the heart grow quiet again. From that quiet return, the next story moves even deeper into stillness. It is about a man falsely accused, a baby left in his arms, and a Zen master whose answer does not change whether he is praised or blamed, whether he receives or loses. In every moment, his response is the same, simple, calm and steady, like the sky that does not argue with the weather. As Master Daisen disappeared down the road and the village returned to its ordinary sounds, the lesson he left behind lingered in the air like the last trace of rain. Change is possible, but it rarely comes from force. It comes when something in the mind finally grows tired of its own spinning. And yet, there is another kind of spinning that hurts even more than habit, the spinning of reputation, of accusation, of what people think they know about you. The next story moves into that territory not to frighten you, but to show you what steadiness looks like when the world tries to shake you. In a small village not far from the mountains lived a Zen master known as Master Shunko. He was not famous for dramatic sermons or mystical displays. He was known for a presence that seemed to cool the air around him. When Shunko walked through the market, people said it felt as if their own minds slowed down, if only for a moment. He spoke, simply bowed often, and did not seem interested in proving anything. Some villagers respected him deeply. Others, unable to understand calm, grew suspicious of it. The human mind often distrusts what it cannot control. Near the temple, a young girl lived in a strict household. Her parents worked hard and cared fiercely about reputation. They treated the family name as something fragile, something that could crack with one wrong rumor. One day, the mother noticed a change in the girl's body, and soon both parents understood the truth. She could no longer hide. Their daughter was pregnant. The house filled with panic, then anger, then shame. They demanded to know who the father was. At first, the girl refused to speak, but pressure does not always reveal truth. Sometimes it creates fear, and fear reaches for the quickest escape. The parents shouted, threatened, pleaded, and demanded an answer that could rescue their image. Finally, cornered by their intensity, the girl spoke a name she knew would shift the blame away from anyone in her world. She said it was Master Shunko. The moment the name was spoken, the air in the room turned cold. Her parents stared at her, stunned, and then rage rose like fire. A monk, a Zen master, a man people revered. The parents did not pause to question it. Outrage has a way of turning into certainty when pride is threatened. They marched straight to the temple, and as they went, rumors spread behind them like smoke. When they reached the temple gate, Master Shunko was in the courtyard, sweeping fallen leaves. The scene was almost painfully ordinary. A broom, a quiet man, and leaves that had drifted down without intention. Shunko saw the crowd set the broom aside and bowed once calmly, as if greeting guests rather than an accusation. The father stepped forward, face-flushed voice shaking with fury. "You disgraceful man," he said. "Our daughter is with child, and she says you are the father." The villagers leaned in, hungry for scandal. Some wanted proof that even the pure are secretly corrupt. Others simply wanted the thrill of a story. Master Shunko listened without flinching. He did not protest. He did not defend himself. He did not turn to the crowd to plead his innocence. He only nodded slightly and said two quiet words, spoken with the softness of someone naming the weather. "Is that so?" The father blinked, confused by the lack of resistance. The mother stiffened, offended by the absence of shame. They shouted more, demanded more, tried to force the master into anger or fear. But he offered neither. He bowed again, and the group eventually left unsatisfied in a strange way, because they had wanted a fight and found only stillness. Months passed, and the rumor remained clinging to the village like dust. When the baby was born, the family did something colder. They carried the child to the temple and left it there wrapped in cloth, wailing in the open air. Then they confronted Shunko again. "This is yours," the father said. "Take responsibility." Master Shunko looked down at the baby. A newborn's cry is not loud like anger. It is small and raw, a simple request for warmth and safety. Shunko bent down, lifted the child carefully and held it against his chest. He did not look around to see who was watching. He did not recoil. He only said, as if answering the same question life keeps asking in different forms, "Is that so?" From that day, Master Shunko raised the baby. The temple was poor and quiet, not built for infants, but he made room for the child as naturally as he made room for sunrise and nightfall. He borrowed milk from neighbors who still had kindness in them. He stitched cloth into diapers. He woke when the baby cried. He carried the child while tending the garden and sweeping the courtyard. The days continued, bells chanting silence, and now woven into that rhythm was the soft, persistent presence of a child growing. Some villagers scoffed and said, "If he is calm, it must be true." Others began to feel unsettled because the master's tenderness did not match the story they wanted. A year passed. The baby grew stronger, its cries turning into babbling, its small hands learning to grasp its eyes, widening each day as if the world were endlessly new. Master Shunko remained steady. He did not speak of the accusation. He did not build a narrative of injustice. He simply met each day as it came. Meanwhile, the young mother, the girl who had lied, could not bear the weight of it forever. Guilt has a slow way of returning, especially when the heart begins to tire of its own fear. At last, she confessed to her parents, Master Shunko was innocent. It had never been him. The father went pale. The mother began to sob. And in that moment, the reputation they had tried to protect shattered anyway, because lies do not save you. They only postpone the breaking. The parents rushed to the temple again, but this time Their anger had drained away. Now they carried shame, remorse, and desperation. They bowed low. The father's voice cracked. "Master, we were wrong. Our daughter confessed. You were innocent. Please forgive us." Then, trembling, they reached toward the child. "We have come to take the baby back." Master Shunko listened as he had listened from the beginning. He did not look triumphant. He did not look bitter. He nodded gently, as though the truth arriving late was still better than never arriving at all. "Is that so?" he said softly. He brought the child out. The baby was no longer a newborn. It had weight now, warmth, familiarity. It recognized Shunko's face, and when he handed the child to the mother, the baby began to cry. Not because the mother was wrong, but because change, even when it is right, can still feel like loss. The mother clutched the child and wept. The father bowed again and again, as if the motion could express what words could not. The villagers stood behind them, silent now, seeing their own judgments reflected back at them. Master Shunko watched calmly, not coldly, but freely. Free from the need to defend himself. Free from the craving to be understood. Free from resentment. When they finally left and the cries faded down the road, the courtyard felt empty in a tender way. Shunko returned to his broom and swept fallen leaves again, as if nothing had been taken from him and nothing had been added. In his mind, life had simply unfolded: accusation, responsibility, care, return. The teaching here is not that injustice does not matter. The teaching is that the deepest suffering often comes from the story the ego builds around what happens. The story of me, of my image, of how they must see me. Master Shunko did not cling to that story, and so praise could not inflate him, and blame could not destroy him. He remained present, and that presence became a strength no rumor could touch. As you listen, you might feel the same possibility in yourself, the chance to loosen the grip of defending, explaining, controlling. When that grip softens, the mind becomes quieter, the heart becomes gentler. And from that gentleness, the next story opens like a door into another kind of skillful calm. One that meets conflict directly, not with anger, but with a subtle turn that reveals how easily the mind can be moved. In the next hall, you will hear a priest challenge a Zen master, publicly tension rising in a crowd, and you will see how Master Bansho answers, without fighting, not with doctrine, but with a simple demonstration that returns everyone quietly back to themselves. After the child was returned and the courtyard of Master Shunko fell quiet again, the village slowly resumed its ordinary rhythm. Footsteps returned to the road. Smoke rose from kitchens. The world moved on as it always does. Yet something important remained in the air, like the last warmth of tea in a cup, a reminder that peace is not the absence of disturbance, but the steadiness that can hold disturbance without being pulled apart by it. Not far from those villages lived another Zen teacher, a man known as Master Bansho. He was not famous for harsh discipline or dramatic displays. His strength was quieter, and for that reason, sometimes more unsettling. People said he could sit in a crowded hall and make the room feel spacious. He could receive praise without swelling, receive insult without shrinking. And because his calm did not depend on anyone's approval, it could not be purchased, and it could not be threatened. Master Bansho often gave talks in a simple hall where villagers, travelers, and monks gathered on woven mats. They came with worries that sounded different, but felt the same fear of losing hunger for certainty, the ache of being misunderstood, the exhaustion of carrying the mind all day like a heavy sack. Bansho would speak in an ordinary voice, as if he were describing something as natural as wind, not something distant and holy. He did not decorate truth. He did not argue for it. He simply pointed gently again and again to the way the mind creates its own cage. One evening the hall was full. Lamps glowed softly. Outside the night air was cool and still. Inside people listened closely. Master Bansho was speaking about certainty, how the mind loves to plant flags and call them truth, how it clings to its own opinions and then suffers when reality refuses to match. His words were calm and the room was quiet enough to hear breathing. Then a man near the back stood up. He wore the robes of a priest, neat and carefully arranged. His posture was stiff, and his eyes carried the sharpness of someone who has learned many things, but has not yet learned how to rest. Let's call him Priest Renkai. He had studied scriptures for years and was respected in his own circles, and something inside him could not accept that this Zen master, speaking so simply, might be pointing to something deeper than all the doctrine he had collected. Renkai raised his voice so the whole hall could hear. Master Bansho, he said your teachings are shallow. A ripple moved through the listeners. Some lowered their gaze. Some leaned forward, hungry for conflict. Renkai continued gaining confidence from attention. Zen is full of contradictions. Your koans are nonsense. You avoid real doctrine. You confuse people with riddles instead of guiding them with truth. His words were not a question. They were a challenge thrown into the hall like a stone into still water. Many people expected Master Bansho to defend himself, to argue, to prove Zen's superiority. The ordinary mind loves debate because it feels like control, and it loves victory because it feels like safety. But Master Bansho did not tighten. He did not raise his voice. He did not even frown. He looked at Priest Renkai with the same quiet attention he might give to a child who had stumbled and grown angry at the ground. Then he smiled, lightly, almost tenderly, as if to say, I see your struggle, even if you don't. As you wish, Bansho said. Please come closer. Sit here in front. The invitation startled the priest. He had expected resistance. An invitation is harder to attack than an argument. Still, pride pushed him forward. He walked down the aisle and sat near the front facing the master. The hall was silent now, and in that silence, the priest could feel all eyes on him waiting. Master Bansho poured a small cup of tea and placed it beside him, not as a reward, but as a gesture of ordinary human courtesy. Then he looked at Renkai and spoke simply. May I ask you something? The priest lifted his chin. Yes. Master Bansho raised his right hand slightly. Move to the right, he said. Renkai shifted to the right. Bansho raised his left hand. Now move to the left. Renkai shifted to the left. Sit forward, Bansho said. The priest leaned forward. Now sit back. The priest leaned back. Nothing about it was dramatic. It felt almost like arranging cushions. And yet the hall could sense something unfolding, not in the air, but in the priest's mind. Each time he obeyed without thinking, because it seemed harmless, because the room was watching, because refusing would make him look petty. His body moved before his pride could decide. Master Bansho lowered his hands and looked directly into the priest's eyes. His voice remained soft, but it carried the clarity of a bell. "You see," he said, "you obey perfectly." A gentle wave of laughter moved through the hall. Not cruel laughter, but the laughter of recognition. People were not laughing at the priest's humiliation. They were laughing because they recognized themselves. How quickly we move when we fear judgment. How easily we obey when we want to appear respectable. How often we are led not by truth, but by image. Priest Renkai's cheeks warmed. He opened his mouth to protest, but the words did not come easily because the point had already landed. Master Bansho did not press him into shame. He spoke with the same kindness he used for everyone. "You came to correct me," he said. "You came with strong opinions about Zen. Yet a moment ago, when I asked you to go left, you went left. When I asked you to go right, you went right." He paused, letting the silence do its work. "I did not move you," Bansho continued. "Your own mind moved you." Then, he added very gently, "Before you try to move the world, notice what moves you." The hall became deeply quiet. The priest stared down at his hands as if seeing them for the first time. Something in his face softened. Not all at once. Not like a miracle, but like a knot loosening when you finally stop pulling it tighter. For perhaps the first time that evening, he looked less like an opponent and more like a human being tired of carrying the need to be superior, tired of being driven by a mind that could not rest. He bowed. It was not a perfect bow. It was hesitant, clumsy, but real. And Master Bansho returned the bow without triumph, as if to say, "This is enough for now." The teaching did not come as a lecture. It came as a mirror. Zen in this moment was not a set of ideas to defeat other ideas. It was the simple seeing of how easily the mind is pushed and pulled, how quickly it obeys fear, pride habit, and the hunger to be seen a certain way. When you see that clearly, without hatred, something begins to relax. And when something relaxes, you begin to taste freedom. As the hall slowly returned to its steady breathing, the night seemed to deepen, and the stories continued to unfold like a path lit by small lanterns. In the next one, you will meet a student who wanted an answer so badly that the wanting itself became a kind of fire. A young seeker named Sora will come to a strict abbot, Abbot Koryu, begging for awakening. And Koryu will offer him a single koan, not to confuse him, but to lead him past the place where cleverness lives. "Bring me the sound of one hand," the abbot will say, and from that moment on, Sora's search will begin to strip him down layer by layer until the mind grows quiet enough to hear what cannot be forced. After Priest Renkai bowed and the hall settled back into quiet, the night seemed to grow softer, as if even the lantern light had learned to breathe more slowly. Some listeners left with their minds a little less certain, but also a little more spacious. Others stayed behind in that silence, feeling something unfamiliar and gentle, the sense that truth might not be something you win in an argument, but something you notice when you stop trying to control the moment. And yet for some seekers, noticing is not enough. They want a clear answer. They want arrival. They want a single moment that ends the inner searching, the way a door clicks shut and finally holds. Among these seekers was a young man named Sora. He was sincere, intelligent, and deeply tired of the mind's endless movement. He had read teachings, listened to monks, tried meditation, tried discipline, tried effort, But the more he tried to understand Zen, the more his thoughts multiplied. Every insight seemed to fade. Every conclusion created a new question. At night, even when his body lay down, his mind kept marching forward, restless as a traveler who cannot find home. So one morning, with a mixture of hope and desperation, Sora walked to a monastery known for strict training. Its gates were plain and tall, and the stones in front of them were damp with morning mist. At the head of this monastery was an old abbot named Abbot Koryu, a man people spoke of as if he were silent thunder held inside a mountain. Not because he was cruel, but because he was unmoved by performances. If you came to impress him, you would leave empty. If you came to be seen, you might discover how tightly you were holding your need to be seen. Sora arrived before sunrise and bowed at the gate. The monks did not rush to welcome him. They made him wait, not as punishment, but as practice, because waiting reveals the mind. When you must wait, impatience rises. Fear rises. The ego begins bargaining. Sora could feel all of this in himself, the tightening in the stomach, the urge to prove he belonged, the anxious whisper that asked, "What if they refuse me? What if I am not worthy? What if I never wake up?" When he was finally led inside, he entered a small room with tatami mats and a single hanging scroll. Abbot Koryu sat there with a stillness that made the air feel clear. Sora bowed deeply, forehead close to the mat. "I beg you," he said quietly, "please teach me." Koryu did not answer at once. Silence settled between them, and in that silence, Sora could hear how loud his own mind was, how quickly it tried to fill space with thought. At last, the abbot spoke, not harshly, but plainly. "What do you want?" Sora swallowed. "I want enlightenment," he said. "I want to understand Zen." Then softer, as if admitting the truth beneath the ambition, he added, "I want peace." Abbot Koryu looked at him for a long moment, as if listening for what Sora could not yet say. Then, without explanation, without ornament, he gave him a single koan. "Bring me the sound of one hand," Koryu said. Sora blinked. The sound of one hand, he repeated, certain he had misheard. "Bring it to me," the abbot said again. And with that, the meeting ended, as if the abbot had placed a seed in Sora's palm and refused to tell him what tree it would become. Sora left the room stunned, but also strangely energized. A part of him believed this was the key, so he approached the koan like a problem to solve. If two hands clap, they create a sound. One hand cannot clap, so perhaps the answer was a different kind of sound. Perhaps it was metaphor. Perhaps it was silence. Perhaps it was the sound of mind itself. He sat in the meditation hall and listened. He walked the monastery paths and listened. He listened to the wind moving through bamboo, to insects humming in the grass, to footsteps echoing in corridors. He gathered possibilities the way a scholar gathers notes, hoping that if he collected enough, one of them would fit perfectly into the abbot's question. In Zen training, the student returns to the teacher in private meeting to present their understanding. So Sora went back to Abbot Koryu and bowed. The abbot waited, unreadable. Sora raised one hand and snapped his fingers. "This is the sound of one hand," he said, trying to sound confident. Koryu shook his head once. "No." The simple refusal hit Sora like cold water. He returned to practice, determined to try harder. A week later, he came back and rubbed his palm against his robe, producing a soft, rasping sound. "This," he said, "is the sound of one hand." No, Koryu replied as calmly as before. Sora felt frustration rise, but he forced it down and tried again. He began listening beyond the monastery. He went near tea houses where faint music drifted into the street at night. He listened to strings being plucked to delicate notes that seemed to appear without effort. He thought maybe the answer is a sound that comes without clapping, without two things meeting. He returned to Abbot Koryu and tried to imitate the twang of a shamisen, shaping the sound with his mouth, hoping the abbot would recognize the cleverness of it. Koryu did not blink. No. Sora tried the sound of water dripping plip plip plip, formed with tongue and breath. No. He tried the sound of wind through a crack in the wall. Number. With each rejection, something inside Sora began to crack, not his sincerity, but his strategy. The usual mind that tries to conquer truth with effort was being cornered, and Zen often works like this, not by giving you something new to hold, but by exhausting the hands that keep grasping. Sora began to dread the meetings, not because the abbot was unkind, but because each attempt revealed how much he still wanted approval, how much he still wanted to be right. He carried the koan like a stone in his chest. Even when he sat with straight spine and slow breath, the mind kept whispering, "What is it? What is it? What is it?" as if repetition could force a door open. One evening after a long day, Sora walked alone near the garden pond. The moon was thin, and the surface of the water held small ripples that spread, softened, and disappeared. Watching them, he felt a quiet despair, not dramatic, not loud, but the exhaustion of a person realizing that the mind cannot always push its way into what it longs for. And in that tiredness, a different possibility began to appear at the edge of his awareness, like a faint opening in the clouds. Perhaps the koan was not asking him to manufacture a sound at all. Perhaps it was asking him to fall into a deeper, listening, without grasping a listening that does not need to perform. The night air cooled his face. His shoulders dropped a little. And though he still did not have an answer, something in him softened. When answers run out, the mind begins to approach the world differently. Not with certainty, but with honesty. Not with cleverness, but with humility. And it is often there, right at the edge of not knowing, that the path quietly opens. Sora carried the koan through the days the way a person carries a secret ache. It followed him into the meditation hall, into the kitchen, where monks washed bowls in warm water, into the garden, where the same stones waited each morning without complaint. The monastery bell rang at the same hours. The meals arrived in the same silence. The seasons shifted with the same patience. Only Sora's mind refused to rest. It kept reaching forward, trying to grasp something that was not shaped like a thought. After the evening by the pond, he tried again, not with less effort, but with a different kind of attention. He began to listen more carefully, as if the koan were not a riddle to solve, but a doorway to enter. He listened to the wind at dusk, when it moved through pine needles like a quiet brush on silk. He listened to the wooden boards of the corridor creak under a single footstep. He listened to the kettle begin to sing before it boiled. Each sound seemed intimate and alive. And he wondered if the answer might be hidden in one of these ordinary moments. The next time he went to see Abbot Koryu, Sora bowed and lifted his hand. He made a soft whooshing sound with his breath, trying to imitate the wind passing through a crack in a wall, the kind of sound that appears without effort and vanishes without leaving a trace. Abbot Koryu watched him without expression. "No," the abbot said. Sora returned to his practice, but the refusal did not crush him the way it once had. It simply showed him again that the mind's performances were not what Koryu wanted. So Sora searched more widely. In the night, an owl called from the trees beyond the monastery, a single low note that seemed to come from darkness itself. Sora listened until it felt as if the call were inside his own chest. The next day, he went to the abbot and imitated the owl's voice. Koryu's answer was unchanged. Number. In late summer, cicadas filled the air with their steady, vibrating chorus, a sound so constant it became like heat. Sora stood beneath the trees and let the buzzing enter him, thinking perhaps this is it. One continuous sound not made by two hands meeting, but by existence itself. He went to the abbot and tried to offer the cicadas' song. No, Koryu said, as if the word were neither punishment nor judgment, but simply truth. Sora tried the sound of a distant flute drifting from the village at night. He tried the faint tap of raindrops against a roof. He tried the hush that follows a bell after the note has faded, the almost silence that remains like a lingering scent. Each time he presented something, and each time the abbot refused it calmly, without anger, without impatience. Weeks passed, then months. In that long passage of time, something subtle began to happen inside Sora. At first, the koan had been a fire that made him frantic. Now, it became a kind of emptiness he could not escape. He could not fill it with cleverness. He could not soothe it with explanations. It remained steady and unanswered, asking him to stand in front of the place where the mind usually pretends it knows. Sora noticed slowly how much of his life had been spent chasing approval. Even here in a monastery, his mind still wanted to succeed in someone's eyes. It still wanted the abbot to nod, to smile, to say, "Yes, you have it." And each time Koryu said no, that hunger was exposed. It was painful, but it was also clarifying like cold water on a fever. One night, Sora sat alone in the meditation hall after the others had gone to sleep. The lamps were dim. The room smelled faintly of incense and wood. He sat with his spine-straight hands resting, and he tried once again to force an answer to appear. The mind searched its shelves, rummaging through memories of teachings, metaphors, sounds, and symbols. But nothing came. And then finally, even the searching began to tire. He felt it as a physical loosening. The forehead softened, the jaw unclenched, the chest stopped tightening. For the first time in a long while, he did not reach forward to grab the next thought. He simply sat. Breath came in. Breath went out. In that quiet, he heard many sounds. The faint creak of old wood, the distant murmur of night insects, the soft rustle of his own robe as his ribs rose and fell. But beneath all of it, he began to notice something else, something that was not a sound, and yet was not nothing. A kind of open awareness, clear and boundless, in which every sound appeared and disappeared without leaving a mark. It was as if the world was happening inside a vast, silent space. Sora did not label it. He did not claim it. He did not turn it into a concept. He simply rested there because there was nowhere else to go. The next morning, he went to see Abbot Koryu. He bowed, and Koryu looked at him as he always had silent thunder, still mountain. "Bring me the sound of one hand," the abbot said the same words he had spoken from the beginning. Sora lifted one hand, and then he did nothing. He did not snap. He did not rub fabric. He did not imitate wind or birds or instruments. He simply held the hand up, and in that gesture, there was no performance, no pleading, no attempt to impress. There was only presence. Only the open, quiet awareness that had finally stopped trying to win. For a long moment, the room was still. Abbot Koryu watched him, and something in the abbot's face softened not into sentiment, but into recognition. A faint smile appeared, like the first light touching a mountain ridge. "You have heard it," Koryu said. That was all. No praise, no ceremony, no dramatic announcement. Just a simple confirmation that the student had finally stepped beyond the place where answers are manufactured. Sora bowed again, and this time the bow felt different. It was not a bow of achievement. It was a bow of humility, the quiet gratitude of a person who has discovered that the mind's hunger for certainty is not the path, and that not knowing, truly not knowing, can open into something vast. This is why Zen speaks of great doubt. Not doubt as anxiety, but doubt as the willingness to let the false supports collapse. When the mind can no longer cling to its usual tricks, something deeper becomes visible. Not as an idea, but as direct seeing. Not as a sound you can capture, but as the silence in which all sounds are known. And as Sora left the room, the monastery looked the same. Stones, trees, corridors, bowls, chores. Yet it also felt entirely new, not because the world had changed, but because the mind was no longer crowded with the need to prove itself. The cup had been emptied not by force, but by exhaustion of grasping. From here, the stories turn toward another lesson, one that looks similar on the surface, but carries a sharp warning, because silence can be confused with coldness. Detachment can be mistaken for wisdom. In the next tale, an old woman will test a monk who has lived under her care for 20 years, and in a single moment, she will reveal the difference between an empty mind and an empty heart. Sora carried the koan through the days the way a person carries a secret ache. It followed him into the meditation hall, into the kitchen, where monks washed bowls in warm water, into the garden, where the same stones waited each morning without complaint. The monastery bell rang at the same hours. The meals arrived in the same silence. The seasons shifted with the same patience. Only Sora's mind refused to rest. It kept reaching forward, trying to grasp something that was not shaped like a thought. After the evening by the pond, he tried again, not with less effort, but with a different kind of attention. He began to listen more carefully, as if the koan were not a riddle to solve, but a doorway to enter. He listened to the wind at dusk when it moved through pine needles like a quiet brush on silk. He listened to the wooden boards of the corridor creak under a single footstep. He listened to the kettle begin to sing before it boiled. Each sound seemed intimate and alive, and he wondered if the answer might be hidden in one of these ordinary moments. The next time he went to see Abbot Koryu, Sora bowed and lifted his hand. He made a soft whooshing sound with his breath, trying to imitate the wind passing through a crack in a wall, the kind of sound that appears without effort and vanishes without leaving a trace. Abbot Koryu watched him without expression. "No," the abbot said. Sora returned to his practice, but the refusal did not crush him the way it once had. It simply showed him again that the mind's performances were not what Koryu wanted. So Sora searched more widely. In the night, an owl called from the trees beyond the monastery, a single low note that seemed to come from darkness itself. Sora listened until it felt as if the call were inside his own chest. The next day, he went to the abbot and imitated the owl's voice. Koryu's answer was unchanged. No. In late summer, cicadas filled the air with their steady, vibrating chorus, a sound so constant it became like heat. Sora stood beneath the trees and let the buzzing enter him, thinking perhaps this is it. One continuous sound, not made by two hands meeting, but by existence itself. He went to the abbot and tried to offer the cicadas song. No, Koryu said, as if the word were neither punishment nor judgment, but simply truth. Sora tried the sound of a distant flute drifting from the village at night. He tried the faint tap of raindrops against a roof. He tried the hush that follows a bell after the note has faded, the almost silence that remains like a lingering scent. Each time he presented something, and each time the abbot refused it calmly, without anger, without impatience. Weeks passed, then months. In that long passage of time, something subtle began to happen inside Sora. At first, the koan had been a fire that made him frantic. Now, it became a kind of emptiness he could not escape. He could not fill it with cleverness. He could not soothe it with explanations. It remained steady and unanswered, asking him to stand in front of the place where the mind usually pretends it knows. Sora noticed slowly how much of his life had been spent chasing approval. Even here in a monastery, his mind still wanted to succeed in someone's eyes. It still wanted the abbot to nod, to smile, to say, "Yes, you have it." And each time Koryu said no, that hunger was exposed. It was painful, but it was also clarifying, like cold water on a fever. One night, Sora sat alone in the meditation hall after the others had gone to sleep. The lamps were dim. The room smelled faintly of incense and wood. He sat with his spine-straight hands resting, and he tried once again to force an answer to appear. The mind searched its shelves, rummaging through memories of teachings, metaphors, sounds, and symbols, but nothing came. And then finally, even the searching began to tire. He felt it as a physical loosening. The forehead softened, the jaw unclenched, the chest stopped tightening. For the first time in a long while, he did not reach forward to grab the next thought. He simply sat. Breath came in. Breath went out. In that quiet, he heard many sounds: the faint creak of old wood, the distant murmur of night insects, the soft rustle of his own robe as his ribs rose and fell. But beneath all of it, he began to notice something else. Something that was not a sound, and yet was not nothing. A kind of open awareness, clear and boundless, in which every sound appeared and disappeared without leaving a mark. It was as if the world was happening inside a vast, silent space. Sora did not label it. He did not claim it. He did not turn it into a concept. He simply rested there because there was nowhere else to go. The next morning, he went to see Abbot Koryu. He bowed, and Koryu looked at him as he always had, silent thunder still mounting. "Bring me the sound of one hand." The abbot said the same words he had spoken from the beginning. Sora lifted one hand, and then he did nothing. He did not snap. He did not rub fabric. He did not imitate wind or birds or instruments. He simply held the hand up, and in that gesture, there was no performance, no pleading, no attempt to impress. There was only presence. Only the open, quiet awareness that had finally stopped trying to win. For a long moment, the room was still. Abbot Koryu watched him, and something in the abbot's face softened not into sentiment, but into recognition. A faint smile appeared, like the first light touching a mountain ridge. "You have heard it," Koryu said. That was all. No praise. No ceremony, no dramatic announcement, just a simple confirmation that the student had finally stepped beyond the place where answers are manufactured. Sora bowed again, and this time the bow felt different. It was not a bow of achievement. It was a bow of humility, the quiet gratitude of a person who has discovered that the mind's hunger for certainty is not the path, and that not knowing, truly not knowing, can open into something vast. This is why Zen speaks of great doubt. Not doubt as anxiety, but doubt as the willingness to let the false supports collapse. When the mind can no longer cling to its usual tricks, something deeper becomes visible. Not as an idea, but as direct seeing. Not as a sound you can capture, but as the silence in which all sounds are known. And as Sora left the room, the monastery looked the same. Stones, trees, corridors, bowls, chores. Yet it also felt entirely new, not because the world had changed, but because the mind was no longer crowded with the need to prove itself. The cup had been emptied not by force, but by exhaustion of grasping. From here, the stories turn toward another lesson, one that looks similar on the surface, but carries a sharp warning. Because silence can be confused with coldness. Detachment can be mistaken for wisdom. In the next tale, an old woman will test a monk who has lived under her care for 20 years, and in a single moment, she will reveal the difference between an empty mind and an empty heart. The smoke from Grandmother Kisa's burning hut drifted upward and disappeared into the morning sky, leaving behind a lesson that felt both sharp and strangely tender. Practice is not meant to freeze the heart. It is meant to free it. And yet, even when the heart begins to open, another kind of trap appears: fantasy, longing, the mind's ability to turn another person into a dream and then suffer inside that dream. Zen does not deny desire. It simply asks us to see it clearly, to notice how quickly the mind invents a story and then becomes trapped inside the story it created. The next tale moves gently into that territory, not to shame anyone, but to show a different kind of compassion, one that meets illusion directly with clarity and dissolves it without cruelty. There was once a nun known as Nun Reika, respected for her calm presence and steady practice. She lived in a temple where teachings were given regularly, and people often traveled to listen, to ask questions, to sit in the quiet that gathered around her like a soft cloak. Among those who attended the temple was a young monk. He was earnest and capable, and he admired Nun Reika deeply. At first, his admiration was innocent, like a student respecting a teacher. But the mind is subtle, and if attention is not clear, admiration can slowly shift into something else. The monk began to imagine her not as she was, but as he wanted her to be. He began to turn her into a private romance, a secret companion in the theater of his thoughts. Soon, he could not concentrate in meditation without her face appearing. He could not listen to teachings without bending them into the shape of his own longing. He told himself it was love, but what he carried was not yet love. It was craving mixed with fantasy, dressed in beautiful words. Finally, unable to hold it inside, he wrote a letter. He chose his language carefully, making it sound poetic, noble, sincere. He wrote of how he felt drawn to her, how his heart could not rest, how he believed they were meant to meet in secret. And at the end, he wrote an invitation, a private place, a private time, away from eyes and rules, a chance he implied to confess what he called love. He sent the letter, his hands trembling with excitement and fear. When Nun Reika received it, she read it calmly. She did not blush. She did not grow angry. She did not call others to shame him. She did not rush to punish him. She simply saw what it was: a mind caught in its own projection, a heart longing for something it did not yet understand. She also understood something else. If she responded with scolding, the monk might cling even tighter to his fantasy, turning her into a villain, turning his longing into a martyrdom. If she responded with softness that hinted at secret comfort, the longing would only deepen. So she chose a response that was both compassionate and uncompromising. She would bring the whole thing into the light, where illusion cannot survive. Instead of writing back in private, Nun Reika waited for the next gathering, when the temple hall would be full and the teaching would be given as usual. Monks and villagers sat on mats breathing quietly. The air held that familiar hush, the feeling of minds trying to become still. The young monk was there too. His heart beat faster than usual. He wondered if she would speak to him afterward, if she would secretly acknowledge him. He felt as if he carried a flame in his chest, hidden under robes. Nun Reika entered the hall, bowed, and sat in her place. Her face revealed nothing. She began the teaching, as she always did, in a steady voice, speaking of clarity, of the mind's illusions of freedom that does not depend on satisfying desire. The monk listened, half present, half lost in anticipation. Then, in the middle of her talk, Nun Reika paused. Her gaze moved through the hall, and her voice remained calm, almost conversational, as if she were simply addressing something ordinary. She said, "Someone has written me a letter." The monk's breath caught. A few people shifted, curious. Nun Reika continued, "He says he loves me." The monk's face warmed. His stomach tightened. He could feel the room around him, the presence of others, and yet the words felt as if they were meant only for him. Nun Reika's voice stayed gentle, but it grew clearer, like water settling in a glass. "If you truly love me," she said, "then come forward." The monk's mind raced. Part of him panicked, part of him thrilled. Nun Reika held the silence for a moment, then added in a tone that was neither mocking nor angry, only direct. "If you love me, embrace me now. Here, in front of everyone." The hall became very still. It was not the stillness of meditation. It was the stillness of truth arriving. Because in that single sentence, Nun Reika removed every hiding place. She did not offer the monk a private corner where fantasy could grow. She did not allow the mind to keep its romance safe in shadows. She brought it into the open, where it had to face reality. If the monk stood up, he would reveal that his longing was not noble love, but a secret craving. If he remained seated, he would have to feel the difference between the dream he had built and the truth of the moment. The monk sat frozen. His throat went dry. His hands felt hot. His mind suddenly understood something painful. He had wanted the comfort of a secret story, not the clarity of an honest act. He had wanted to be special in private, not accountable in the light. He had wanted romance without consequences, intimacy without truth. Nun Reika waited not to humiliate him, but to let him see. She did not stare him down. She did not call his name. She simply held the invitation in the air long enough for the fantasy to collapse under its own weight. The monk did not move. Slowly, the flame of excitement in his chest cooled into shame, and then, if he was lucky, shame softened into understanding. Because the purpose was never to crush him. The purpose was to free him from illusion. Nun Reika continued her talk as if nothing unusual had happened. She returned to the teaching, to the breath, to the steady unfolding of words. Yet everyone in the hall could feel that something had been taught more deeply than any sentence could explain. The monk especially could feel it. He had been shown in one clear moment how the mind builds a world out of desire and then suffers inside that world. After the gathering, he did not approach her. He did not ask for private comfort. He left quietly carrying a different kind of lesson, one that might over time become humility. And Nun Reika, for her part, did not speak of it again. She did not hold it over him. She did not turn it into gossip. Compassion in Zen is not always soft. Sometimes it is clear. Sometimes it is bright enough to dissolve a dream. This story does not ask you to judge desire. It only invites you to see how quickly desire becomes fantasy, and how fantasy pulls the mind away from the simplicity of the present moment. When you bring a craving into the light, it loses much of its power. It becomes just a passing movement, like a cloud sliding across the sky. From here, the path continues into another form of giving, one that is even quieter. In the next story, you will meet a wanderer who breaks into a hut expecting to steal, and instead meets a master who offers him everything, even the clothes on his own body. It is a tale about a generosity so pure it does not even know it is generous, and about a wish that reaches beyond possessions towards something no hand can hold. Continue to part 10. After Nun Reika's words had dissolved the monk's fantasy, the temple hall returned to its ordinary quiet. Yet the lesson remained like clean air after a window has been opened when truth is brought into the light. Illusion cannot keep breathing, and once the mind begins to see its own tricks craving projection, the hunger to hide another door opens. The door to simple generosity, the kind that does not bargain, does not perform, does not ask to be praised. It gives because it is free. This next story is told about a Zen master named Master Ryozen, a man who lived so simply that even thieves had trouble finding anything worth taking. He stayed in a small hut, barely more than a room where the night wind could be heard through the boards, and the stars seemed close enough to touch. He owned few possessions, a straw mat to sleep on, a robe, a bowl, and the quiet contentment of someone who no longer believed happiness could be stored in objects. One evening, Master Ryozen returned to his hut after a day of walking and teaching. The moon was bright, and the air held the cool sweetness of night. He stepped inside, lit a small lamp, and sat down to meditate. The hut was silent, except for his breathing, slow and steady like waves that never argue with the shore. Not long after, he heard a faint sound, a shift in the darkness, the whisper of a foot against wood. A man had slipped into the hut. A thief, thin, cautious, moving like a shadow that hopes not to be seen. The thief had heard rumors that the master lived alone and assumed there might be something valuable hidden in such solitude. Perhaps money from visitors, perhaps gifts, perhaps something small that could be sold for food. The thief began searching quietly. He opened a corner of cloth, checked the small shelf, looked behind a bowl, moved his hands along the wall as if the wall might conceal treasure. But the hut offered almost nothing. The more he searched, the more his frustration grew, because emptiness is a difficult thing to steal from. Master Ryozen sat watching. He did not shout, He did not leap up to defend his home. He did not demand the thief leave. He simply observed calmly, as if watching a nervous animal searching for shelter. He could see the man's hunger, his desperation, the tightness of a mind trapped by survival and shame. After a while, the thief realized there was nothing. He turned toward the master, startled to discover he had been seen the whole time. His body tensed, ready to run, ready to fight if he had to. But Master Ryozen's face showed no fear. "You have come a long way," the master said softly. The thief blinked, confused by the gentleness. "You must be tired," Ryozen continued. "If you leave empty-handed, your journey will have been wasted." The thief did not know what to say. His hands hovered in the air, caught between threat and embarrassment. Master Ryozen looked at him with quiet clarity. Then, without hesitation, he reached for his own robe, the simple garment that covered his shoulders, and began to take it off. The thief's eyes widened. The master held the robe out. "Here," he said, "take this." For a moment, the thief could not move. His mind struggled to understand what was happening. People did not offer themselves to thieves. People defended. People screamed. People cursed. People called for help. But this man, this master, was giving. The thief slowly reached out and took the robe, almost as if afraid it might burn his hands. He backed toward the door, still watching the master with suspicion, waiting for the trap. But there was no trap, only stillness. Then, the thief slipped into the night and disappeared. Master Ryozen remained seated. Now the hut was colder, his body exposed to the night air. He sat in silence as the lamp flickered, and through the thin walls, he could see the moon shining bright and serene, as if the sky had been watching the whole exchange with quiet compassion. As he sat there, Master Ryozen spoke to himself, not loudly, not for anyone else to hear, but as if offering a prayer to the world. "Poor man," he murmured. "I wish I could give him the moon as well." The words hung in the air like a soft bell, because the robe could warm the thief's body for a night or two, but it could not warm the deeper hunger inside him, the hunger to feel safe, to feel whole, to feel at peace. And Master Ryozen understood that the greatest gift is not cloth or coins. The greatest gift is freedom from the mind's endless craving. Yet that freedom cannot be handed over the way you hand over a robe. It must be discovered from within. In the morning when the sun rose, Master Ryozen walked outside and sat beneath the open sky. He did not regret what he had done. He did not congratulate himself. He simply breathed, letting the day arrive. This is the kind of generosity Zen points toward. Not giving as performance, not giving to be admired, but giving as a natural expression of a heart that is no longer afraid of losing. When you do not cling to possessions, you can offer them easily. When you do not cling to image, you can offer kindness even to those who harm you. When you do not cling to self, even your robe can become a gift. And yet, as gentle as this story is, it also points towards something tender and difficult. The thief's deepest hunger was not for fabric. It was for something that cannot be stolen and cannot be purchased. The moonlight cannot be held in the hand, but it can be seen by anyone who lifts their eyes. In the next movement of the night, the stories begin to turn toward fear, toward the way the mind trembles when it believes it is small and exposed, when it imagines the gaze of others, when it forgets its own vastness. Before we step into that, we will pause briefly and gather the threads you have heard so far. The empty cup, the long night at the gambling house, the baby held without resentment, the koan that leads beyond cleverness, the difference between numbness and warmth, the clarity that dissolves fantasy, and the generosity that wishes it could offer the moon itself. And from that gathering, we will meet a man who was strong in practice, but weak before an audience, until a master showed him how to become as vast as waves. When Master Ryozen wished he could give the thief the moon, he was not speaking in poetry to impress anyone. He was pointing to something very simple. We often think we need a new object, a new outcome, a new victory to feel whole. But what we truly hunger for is a state of being quiet, safe, unburdened. And this hunger is what ties all the stories together so far, like a thread running through different scenes. Master Renji showed that the mind cannot receive truth when it is already overflowing with certainty. The cup must be emptied not as a punishment, but as a kindness. Master Daisen stayed awake through the long night beside a man trapped in craving, not to shame him, but to let the fever cool until choice became possible again. Master Shunko held a baby through praise and blame, through accusation, and return revealing that peace is not built from controlling reputation, but from loosening the story of me. Abbot Koryu guided Sora past the reach of cleverness until the student could finally rest in the silence that cannot be manufactured. Grandmother Kisa burned the hut to show that stillness without warmth can become another cage, and that the heart must open as surely as the mind becomes quiet. Nun Reika brought fantasy into the light so it could dissolve, and Master Ryozen gave what little he owned, wishing he could offer even more than possessions the kind of freedom that cannot be held, only seen. If you let these teachings settle in your body, you may notice how they share one gentle direction. They keep turning you back towards spaciousness. Not a dramatic spaciousness that tries to feel special, but the ordinary spaciousness of a mind that is no longer clenched, a heart that is no longer defending, a presence that is no longer bargaining with life. And yet, there is another force that lives beside craving, beside pride, beside fantasy. It lives in the same mind. It is fear. Fear is not always loud. Sometimes it hides beneath the surface as tension, as self-consciousness, as the feeling that you are being watched. Sometimes it appears as the need to be perfect, the need to not make a mistake, the need to control how others perceive you. Sometimes it appears as hesitation, as avoidance, as the urge to shrink when the world feels too big. Fear often rises from the same illusion, the idea that you are small, separate, exposed. The mind imagines itself as a fragile thing surrounded by threats, judgment, failure, loss. And in that imagination, it tightens. It seeks safety in approval, in achievement, in control. Yet Zen keeps pointing to something else, that beneath the tightening, there is a wider nature, steady, open, untouched by passing waves. The stories you've heard so far have already hinted at this. When you stop clinging to reputation, fear loses fuel. When you stop grasping at approval, fear becomes softer. When you stop needing to be right, fear no longer drives the voice. But now the next tale will place fear at the center of the stage, not as an enemy, but as something to understand. It will show how fear can dissolve when you no longer identify as the small self that trembles, and instead remember the vastness you belong to. There was once a young man named Takuma, training to become a great wrestler. In practice, he was powerful. His body knew what to do. His technique was strong. But when people watched, when the crowd gathered, his confidence disappeared. His hands grew weak. His mind filled with noise. It was not the opponent that defeated him, but the gaze of others, the pressure of image, the fear of failing in public. A master saw this and offered him a teaching that was not about muscles at all. It was about identity, about how the mind chooses who it is in a moment. The master told him to become something bigger than the fear, something vast, unstoppable, natural. Not a man trying to win, but great waves. And from this point, the night continues in a slow, soothing flow, moving from compassion into courage, from gentleness into strength, from letting go into fearlessness. Because the deepest rest is not only the absence of struggle, it is the feeling of being held by something larger than the mind's worries, like a boat held by the ocean, like a leaf held by wind. So as you breathe now, let your body grow heavy. Let the eyes soften. Let the mind stop preparing the next thought. The next story is approaching, and it arrives like surf rolling in at night, steady, rhythmic, vast. As the teachings gathered and settled like warm stones in the heart, the path now turned toward fear. Not fear as an enemy, but fear as a doorway. Because when fear appears, it reveals where the mind is still clinging to a small identity. It shows where we believe we are fragile, exposed, judged. And Zen does not ask you to fight that fear with violence. It asks you to see what you are identifying with and to remember something larger. There was once a young man named Takuma training to become a great wrestler. In his private training, he was remarkable. His body moved with confidence, his technique was sharp, and his strength seemed to rise naturally from his bones. When he practiced with fellow students, he could throw them easily. Even older wrestlers respected him. In the quiet of the training yard, where only dust and breath witnessed his effort, Takuma looked like someone destined for greatness. But when it was time to compete, when the crowd gathered, when the air filled with voices, when eyes turned toward him, something inside him collapsed. His hands grew damp. His chest tightened. His thoughts began racing ahead to imagined failure. He could feel people watching, evaluating, waiting to see him prove himself. And under that gaze, his strength drained away as if it belonged to someone else. He began losing matches he should have won, not because his opponent was stronger, but because his mind was trembling. Takuma grew ashamed. The shame fed the fear, and the fear fed the shame, until the whole thing became a tight knot inside him. He trained harder, thinking more discipline would solve it. He repeated techniques until his muscles ached. He pushed his body to exhaustion. Yet each time the crowd returned, the same weakness returned too, as if fear had built a home inside his chest. Finally, Takuma sought help from a Zen master known for seeing through the mind's disguises. The master lived quietly away from the noise of arenas and applause. People said he could look at a person and understand what they were carrying without a single question. Takuma came to him and bowed deeply. Master Takuma said, voice low in practice, "I am strong, but in public I become weak. I fear the eyes of others. I fear failure. I fear humiliation. How can I overcome this?" The master listened without judgment. He did not tell Takuma to be confident. He did not tell him to believe in himself. Zen masters rarely offer encouragement the way the ego wants it, because the ego uses encouragement like fuel for its own story. Instead, The master asked something simple. When you practice, he said, "Who are you?" Takuma blinked. "I am myself," he answered, unsure. The master nodded slightly. "And when you compete, who are you?" Then Takuma hesitated. He could feel the truth, even if he could not name it. In competition, he was no longer simply a body moving. He was an image. He was a reputation. He was a future outcome. He was a man being measured. He was a small self trying to survive judgment. The master's eyes softened not with pity, but with clarity. "You become small," he said. "You shrink into the idea of a man being watched." Takuma lowered his gaze. It was painful to hear, but it was true. The master continued. "Tonight," he said, "you will not sleep as Takuma." Takuma looked up, confused. "You will sleep as great waves," the master said. The words sounded strange, almost childish, but the master's voice carried no playfulness. It was direct, like a command given to the deepest part of the mind. "Great waves," Takuma repeated. The master nodded. "When you lie down tonight, do not think of yourself as a wrestler. Do not think of your name. Do not think of victory or defeat. Become great waves." He leaned forward slightly. "Do you understand the waves?" he asked. Takuma shook his head. "The waves do not fear the shore," the master said softly. "They do not fear the eyes of fishermen watching from rocks. They do not fear crashing. They do not fear being seen as weak. They rise. They fall. They return. They are vast, and they belong to the ocean." The master paused, letting the image settle into Takuma's mind, not as poetry, but as a new identity. "Tonight," he said again, "you are not a small man in an arena. You are great waves. Your breath is the ocean. Your strength is the sea. The crowd is only wind. Your opponent is only foam. And you are vast." Takuma bowed, still uncertain, but something inside him felt touched. The master had not offered a technique for wrestling. He had offered a way to step outside the small self that fear protects. That night, Takuma lay down. At first, his mind resisted. It wanted to rehearse. It wanted to worry. It wanted to plan. But he remembered the master's words, and he began to imagine the ocean. He imagined waves rising under moonlight, endless, powerful, indifferent to praise or blame. He imagined their rhythm, their patience, their unstoppable returning. Slowly, his breathing matched that rhythm. Inhale, rise. Exhale, fall. Inhale, rise. Exhale, fall. The thoughts that usually tightened his chest began to loosen because they could not find the usual Takuma to cling to. Instead of a small self, there was an image of vast movement. Instead of fear, there was rhythm. As he drifted towards sleep, he did not feel like a man lying in a room. He felt like water becoming water again. In the morning, he woke with a strange calm. His body felt heavy, grounded. His mind felt quieter, as if it had stopped rehearsing disaster. When he arrived at the arena, the crowd's noise did not enter him the same way. It was still loud, still alive, but it felt farther away, like sound carried across a wide bay. Takuma stepped onto the sand. His opponent faced him, strong and ready. The crowd watched. This time, Takuma did not shrink. He did not become a small man trying to protect an image. He remembered the ocean. He remembered great waves. He allowed his body to move without the mind's panic gripping it. When the match began, something surprising happened. Takuma's technique returned not as effort, but as flow. He threw his opponent as if the movement had always been there, waiting for the mind to stop interfering. The crowd roared, but the roar did not hook him. It passed through like wind. He won that match. Then another. Then another. And the more he won, the less he cared about winning, because he was no longer wrestling for approval. He was wrestling as great waves rising, falling, returning vast. After the tournament, Takuma went back to the master and bowed deeply. "Master," he said, "I do not know what you did," but the fear loosened. The master looked at him and spoke gently. "I did nothing," he said. "You stopped calling yourself small." Takuma's eyes filled with quiet understanding. The teaching had not been about pretending to be strong. It had been about remembering a deeper nature, one that is not threatened by being seen. When you identify as the small self, every gaze becomes a threat. Every mistake becomes a collapse. But when you rest in something wider, awareness life, the vastness behind the name fear loses its foundation. As you listen now, you may feel this too. Your worries may still appear like waves of thought, but you are not the small figure standing in the surf. You are the ocean that holds it all. Thoughts rise, thoughts fall, you remain. And from this lesson of great waves, the next story turns toward an even deeper courage, one that faces the final fear of all death. It is the story of Master Sirin, who predicted his own passing, not to show power, but to reveal the same truth Zen keeps pointing toward. When you know what you are beneath the name, even death cannot shake you. Takuma's fear had loosened the moment he stopped calling himself small. And in that loosening, another truth quietly appeared. Much of what frightens us is not the event itself, but the identity we believe will be threatened by the event. When the self becomes spacious, the world becomes less terrifying. Yet there is one fear that seems to stand above all others, a shadow. The ordinary mind cannot help but flinch from the fear of death. Zen does not speak about death to make you anxious. It speaks about death, the way the ocean speaks about waves, as something natural, something that rises and falls within a larger reality. And when a person truly understands that larger reality, even death, becomes less like an enemy and more like a return. There was once a Zen master known as Master Sirin, a teacher respected for his clarity and quiet strength. People did not say he performed miracles. They said he lived with a kind of directness that made life feel simple around him. He did not waste words. He did not cling to ceremony. He sat, he taught, he worked, and he moved through the days as if each one belonged fully to itself. One winter, a wealthy patron came to visit the monastery. Let's call him Tokufu, a man who had supported the temple for years. He brought offerings bowed deeply and spoke with a mixture of respect and curiosity. Master Tokufu said, "I have heard that truly awakened people see beyond the ordinary. They know things before they happen." "Is this true?" Master Sirin looked at him calmly. "Why do you ask?" he said. Tokufu hesitated, then admitted, "Because I fear the unknown. If there is a way to know what is coming, perhaps the mind can rest." Sirin's gaze remained steady, neither agreeing nor dismissing. He did not scold Tokufu for being human. He simply listened, and then, as if speaking about the weather, he said, "If you want to see what Zen means, watch how it meets what cannot be controlled." Tokufu frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Master Sirin did not answer directly. Instead, he asked Tokufu to return again soon. "Come back in 7 days," he said. The patron nodded, confused but obedient. In the days that followed, the monastery continued its routine. Monks swept snow from steps. They chopped wood. They sat in meditation while winter wind pressed against the walls. Master Siren moved among them as usual, neither hurried nor fragile, as if the cold belonged to the same vastness as warmth. On the seventh day, Tokufu returned. He found the temple unusually quiet. A few monks were gathered near Seiren's room, their faces solemn. Tokufu's stomach tightened. He stepped inside and saw Master Seiren seated calmly at a low desk. A brush and inkstone were beside him. The master looked pale, but his eyes were clear. Tokufu bowed quickly. "Master, are you ill?" Seiren smiled faintly, as if the question were both kind and unnecessary. "I will die today," he said. Tokufu froze. The words struck him like a sudden wind. "Today," he repeated, barely able to breathe. Master Seiren nodded serene. "Yes," he said. "Today." Tokufu's mind began to race. He wanted to call a doctor. He wanted to bargain with fate. He wanted to ask how this was possible, how the master could speak so plainly. But Seiren's presence did not allow panic to settle. It was like trying to start a fire in the rain. The master dipped his brush into the ink and began to write calmly, as if composing a letter. Tokufu watched the black strokes appear on the paper, steady and unshaking. When Seiren finished, he set the brush down and read aloud what he had written. It was a short verse, simple, clear, and strangely luminous. "I came from brilliancy. I return to brilliancy. What is this?" The words hung in the room. Tokufu's eyes filled with confusion and grief. "Master," he whispered, "what does it mean?" Seiren looked at him gently. "Do not try to solve it with your head," he said. Tokufu wanted to protest. He wanted to ask for an explanation. Something comforting. Something he could carry away like a charm against fear. But the master's gaze was firm in its softness, as if to say the truth you want cannot be held in the hand. The room grew quieter. Outside, snowflakes drifted slowly, turning in the air like small silent questions. Inside, Master Seiren's breathing became shallower. Yet his face remained peaceful. The monks nearby sat with him, not weeping loudly, not clinging, simply present. Tokufu sat too, trembling. He could feel his own fear rising, the fear of watching someone step beyond the boundary where he could not follow. And yet as he watched the master, he noticed something startling. Seiren was not afraid. There was no struggle in him, no grasping at more time, no bitterness, no drama, only clarity. It was as if Seiren had already stepped into that brilliancy he spoke of, even while his body still breathed. Tokufu finally asked, voice breaking, "Master, what is this? What is happening?" Master Seiren turned his head slightly. His eyes were still bright, and then, instead of answering with words, he gave a single shout, sharp and sudden, like a bell cracked open by lightning. The shout filled the room and then vanished, leaving silence behind it deeper than before. And in that silence, the master's breathing stopped. He died as he had lived directly without clinging. Tokufu sat frozen, tears on his face. The monks bowed their heads. No one spoke for a long time because words would have been too small for what had just occurred. The verse remained on the paper. The ink still dark. I came from brilliancy. I return to brilliancy. What is this? Zen does not use such stories to suggest that death is easy. It uses them to show the possibility of meeting death without being destroyed by fear. The brilliancy Seiren spoke of is not a place you travel to. It is the clear awareness that is present before birth, and remains untouched by the changing forms of life. The body rises like a wave. The body falls like a wave. The ocean remains. And the final question, what is this, is not a philosophical puzzle. It is a direct pointing. The same kind of pointing. Abbot Koryu offered Sora. When all explanations run out, when all defenses collapse, what remains? What is this experience right now before you call it anything? What is this awareness that can witness birth and death, sound and silence? Tokufu left the monastery later that day changed in a way he could not easily explain. The fear in him did not vanish completely, but it loosened, as if the master's calm had entered his bones. He had watched someone meet death without panic, and it planted a quiet seed, perhaps the deepest part of him, the part that knows, the part that witnesses, was also larger than he had believed. And now, from the stillness of Master Seiren's final verse, the night turns toward a different kind of fire, one born not from fear of death, but from attachment pride, and the painful tightening of the heart when it believes it has been wronged. The next story follows Harumi, a woman whose life becomes entangled with longing, jealousy, and a single destructive act that burns far more than a building. It is a tale that shows how attachment can set the mind ablaze and how suffering often begins when we refuse to let life be what it is. After Master Seiren's final verse, I came from brilliancy, I return to brilliancy. What is this? The night grows quieter in a different way. Not the quiet of a solved puzzle, but the quiet that appears when the mind touches something vast enough to hold even death. And yet, as soon as the heart feels that vastness, Zen also turns our attention to what pulls us back into suffering. Most quickly, attachment, jealousy, and the deep human pain of being judged unfairly. In the ancient capital of Kyoto, where temples rose like prayers carved in wood and stone, there lived a woman whose story would become one of the most heartbreaking in Zen tradition. Her birth name was Rin, meaning bell, a name that suited her because wherever she went, people noticed her as if her presence rang softly through a room. Later, she would take the name Harumi, meaning spring ocean, a name that would prove both beautiful and tragic. Harumi was born in the 1800s, in a time when women had few choices beyond marriage and motherhood. Yet she possessed a rare combination of extraordinary beauty and brilliant intellect. People would pause when she passed, not only because of her face, but because of her mind, sharp, curious, alive. Even learned scholars sought her conversation, and those who spoke with her often left feeling as though they had been awakened from a dull sleep. Against her wishes, she was forced into an arranged marriage while still quite young. This was the common fate of women in feudal Japan, where family obligation mattered more than individual longing. Harumi tried to endure, tried to shrink her spirit into the narrow space given to her, but something in her refused to be diminished. When the unhappy marriage finally ended, she made a decision that was radical for her time. She enrolled at the Imperial University to study philosophy, becoming one of the first women to pursue higher education in Japan. Her beauty and intelligence made her a sensation in academic circles, but the attention brought complications she had not anticipated. Wherever Harumi went, men fell in love with her students, professors, visitors who heard her speak. Doors opened for her, and at the same time, hidden resentments opened too. And what made her situation even more tangled was that she herself fell in love easily and often, as if her heart newly freed from one cage kept searching for another kind of home. Yet even philosophy could not satisfy her deepest longing. Ideas gave her language, but not peace. Arguments gave her sharpness, but not rest. Over time, Harumi began to feel that the mind could describe the world forever and still never touch the quiet center she sensed was possible. And so she turned towards Zen, visiting temples, listening to teachings, seeking something beyond intellectual understanding. At a sub-temple of the famous Kenji monastery, she finally found what she had been looking for, not simply Buddhist concepts, but an authentic spiritual community. The monks there recognized her sincerity. Despite the complications her beauty created, they accepted her as a genuine student, someone who truly wanted awakening rather than attention. One monk in particular, a learned and compassionate teacher, let's call him Monk Joan, became her guide, helping her understand the subtle points of practice, the places where the mind hides, the places where the heart tightens without noticing. Over time, Harumi's practice deepened. She studied. She served. She sat in silence for long hours, not to perform holiness, but because she genuinely wanted to know what was real beneath the shifting waves of thought and desire. Some people admired her discipline. Others admired her beauty. And slowly, as often happens in human communities, admiration and resentment began to grow side by side. The abbot of Kenji was a man known as Abbot Raishin, a name said to mean silent thunder. True to that name, he was fiercely dedicated to maintaining monastic discipline. He had watched the boundaries between monks and lay people becoming blurred in modern Japan, and he was determined to preserve the purity of monastic life. His strict standards earned respect from some, but created enemies too, especially among those who felt judged by his firmness, those who wished the old rules would bend to their comfort. Among these enemies was the wife of a high-ranking priest connected to the monastery. Let's call her Lady Natsume. She felt threatened by Harumi in a way she could not admit openly. Harumi's spiritual gifts were obvious. The attention Harumi received from the monks was undeniable. And jealousy, when it cannot be spoken honestly, often turns into poison that moves quietly through a place like smoke. Lady Natsume began spreading malicious rumors. She suggested that Harumi's relationship with Monk Joan was improper, that her beauty was a corrupting influence, that her spiritual progress was not real, but manipulative. At first, the whispers stayed in corners, carried from mouth to mouth with careful half-smiles. Then the whispers grew bolder, and eventually they reached the abbot's ears. Abbot Raishin was forced to respond. His role, as he understood it, was to protect the monastery's discipline. Yet, discipline without clarity can become blind. Without investigating thoroughly, without looking deeply into what was true and what was merely resentment dressed as moral concern, he made a harsh decision. He expelled both Harumi and Monk Joan from the monastery. The monk was banished in disgrace, his years of sincere practice seemingly erased by unfounded suspicion. Harumi was devastated, not only by her own rejection, but by the injustice done to an innocent teacher. It was as if a temple meant for awakening had turned into a court of rumor, and her life once again was being shaped by other people's fear and desire. That night, Harumi sat alone with her thoughts, and the quiet inside her did not feel like Zen. It felt like a fire beginning to catch. She could accept hardship for herself, perhaps. She could endure shame, perhaps. But the cruelty of seeing an innocent friend destroyed by lies struck something fierce in her heart. And in the darkness of that wounded anger, a bitter thought formed clear as a blade. I may have made the mistake of love, she thought. But if my friend is to be treated so unjustly, then his accuser shall not remain in that temple either. And from that thought, sharp, hot, and certain, the story moves toward the act that will change everything. The thought that formed in Harumi's mind did not arrive like thunder. It arrived quietly, the way a spark slips into dry grass. In the beginning, it looked almost like justice. It wore the face of righteousness. It whispered that what had happened was intolerable, that someone must pay, that the world must be balanced again. And because Harumi's heart had already been bruised by years of being trapped in other people's decisions, an arranged marriage, a society that treated women as ornaments, a life repeatedly shaped by judgment, this new wound landed in a place that was already tender. She had been expelled from Kenji, not for wrongdoing proven, but for suspicion and rumor. Worse, the man who had guided her sincerely, Monk Joen, had been cast out as well. Harumi could still see his bowed head as he left the monastery gates. She could still feel the humiliation in the air, the way the eyes of others had watched, as if they were witnessing guilt rather than injustice. In her mind, the abbot's decision did not feel like discipline. It felt like blindness. It felt like cowardice in the face of gossip. For a time, Harumi tried to calm herself. She walked the streets of Kyoto under a grey sky and told herself to breathe. She repeated teachings she had once loved. She tried to remember the spaciousness she had tasted in meditation. But the mind, when it grips an idea of fairness, can become relentless. And beneath the craving for fairness, another craving often hides the craving to be seen as right. Harumi's anger kept returning sharper each time, as if fed by its own heat. She did not sleep well. She replayed the scene again and again. She imagined what she should have said, what she should have done, how she could have forced the truth into the open. The more she tried to push the pain away, the more the pain hardened into a plan. And then one night, she carried that plan into action. Kenji Monastery was built mostly of wood, beautiful ancient wood, polished by time and prayer. In the moonlight, the buildings looked serene, as if they could never be touched by human bitterness. Harumi approached quietly, her steps steady, her face calm from the outside. People later said that when she walked, she looked like someone already beyond regret. But inside, what moved her was not peace. It was attachment. Attachment to being wronged. Attachment to revenge. Attachment to an imagined justice that could only be satisfied by destruction. She entered one of the halls and set fire to it. The flame took quickly, leaping into dry beams, the way anger leaps into the mind. Smoke rose. The fire spread. Bells began to ring. Monks ran. Shouts broke the night. Within moments, the ancient temple was no longer a place of quiet. It was a storm of heat and panic. The sky above Kyoto glowed red as if dawn had come early. When the authorities arrived, Harumi did not flee. She did not hide. She stood near the burning structures and watched. Some people shouted at her. Some pleaded with her to stop. But the fire had already become bigger than any single person's will. And Harumi, in that moment, had already crossed a boundary inside herself. The act was done. She was arrested and brought to trial. The city was fascinated. A beautiful, educated woman, an early symbol of modern Japan, accused of burning an ancient monastery. The case became a spectacle. There were those who condemned her as a monster. There were those who romanticized her as a tragic heroine. Harumi listened to it all as if it were happening to someone else. At her sentencing, the court offered her an escape. If she expressed remorse, if she explained her motives, if she admitted emotional instability, her punishment might be reduced. People urged her to take the offer. Even some who despised her still wished to see the scandal end quietly. But Harumi refused. She said calmly that she had acted with intention and she would accept the consequences. Her refusal shocked everyone, but it came from the same attachment that had driven her. To the mind caught in pride, admitting regret can feel like surrender. Harumi would not surrender. The fire had been her statement, and she clung to it as a form of identity. She was sentenced to prison. The years that followed were harsh. The cell was cold. The food was sparse. The days were long and repetitive. There were no temple bells, no quiet gardens, no soothing teachings offered by gentle monks. Only the slow grind of confinement. Many people forgot her. Some remembered her only as a scandalous headline. Harumi's beauty faded. Her youth passed. And the mind that once burned with righteous fury began to encounter something it could not argue with time. At first, her anger kept her warm. It gave her a sense of purpose. She told herself the temple deserved it. She told herself the abbot deserved shame. She told herself Lady Natsume deserved fear. But time is patient, and the walls of prison do not respond to justifications. The nights are long there, and in long nights, the mind eventually runs out of fuel. Slowly, Harumi began to feel the deeper truth beneath her story. The fire had not only burned wood and beams, it had burned her own life. It had burned her future. It had burned the possibility of peace she once sought. She began to weep sometimes quietly in the dark, not for the temple alone, but for her own heart. How it had tightened, how it had refused to release, how it had mistaken revenge for dignity. In those tears, something softened. Not all at once, but gradually, like ice thawing. It was then that Harumi turned toward another form of refuge. Not the refuge of argument, not the refuge of pride, but the refuge of surrender. She began to chant the name of Amida Buddha, the Buddha of boundless light and compassion, whose vow is said to carry even the most burdened beings toward peace. In Japan, this practice is called the Nembutsu, a simple repetition, not as a spell, but as a letting go. Namu Amida Butsu. Namu Amida Butsu. At first, she chanted out of desperation, like someone grabbing a rope in a flood. Then over time, the chanting became softer, steadier, like a gentle hand resting on a wounded heart. It did not erase her past. It did not undo the fire, but it began to loosen the tight identity she had built around being wronged. In prison, Harumi discovered something she had not expected. Punishment does not heal attachment. Only seeing does. Only acceptance does. Only the willingness to stop feeding the story does. Years passed. Harumi's health weakened. The body that once moved through Kyoto with bright intelligence grew thin. Her breath became shallow. Yet her face in those later days was calmer than it had been when she was free. The pride that once refused remorse began to dissolve not into self-hatred, but into quiet humility. When she finally died, she died not as a triumphant avenger and not as a romantic martyr. but as a human being who had been burned by her own clinging and had at the end reached for mercy. Her lips, it is said, still formed the nembutsu softly as her breath faded. This story is painful, but it is gentle in its teaching. It shows how attachment can set the mind ablaze, how the craving for fairness can become a prison, how pride can make suffering feel like identity. And it shows too that even after great harm, the heart can soften. Even after fire, there can be a return toward light. From Harumi's ashes, the night now moves toward a quieter contrast, the difference between following rules as a rigid armor and understanding the living spirit behind practice. In the next story, you will meet two monks, one severe in discipline, the other strangely free. And through a simple encounter, Zen will show that wisdom is not found in extremes, but in clarity that can bend without breaking. Harumi's story leaves a quiet ache in the chest, not because it is meant to punish the heart, but because it reveals something so human when the mind clings to an idea. Just this image, pride, it can burn down everything it once loved. And as the ashes settle, Zen gently turns our attention toward a different kind of clinging that can look holy on the surface, the clinging to rules. Rules can protect practice. They can hold a community together. They can keep the mind from drifting into careless desire. But rules can also become armor, and armor can become a prison. When discipline is used to avoid life rather than to understand it, the heart grows rigid. Zen is not against rules. It is against rigidity. It keeps pointing toward the living spirit behind practice, the flexibility of clarity, the softness of real freedom. There were once two monks traveling together. One was named Koan, a man so strict that even his posture looked disciplined. His robe was always clean. His bowls were always arranged perfectly. He followed every precept with a seriousness that left no room for play. He believed that purity was the path, and that any slip, even small, threatened the whole structure of awakening. The other monk was named Jinsen. He was calm as well, but in a different way. His calm did not come from tight control. It came from ease. He followed the precepts, but he did not cling to them like a shield. His mind felt open, and his presence had a warm, human simplicity. Some people found him inspiring. Others found him suspicious, because when someone is free, the rigid mind often calls that freedom dangerous. One evening after walking all day, the two monks arrived at an inn. The air outside was cool, and the smell of cooking drifted through the wooden doors. Travelers sat low to the floor, talking in soft voices. A woman poured tea at a table near the entrance. Everything was ordinary, simple, and tired in the way evenings often are. Koan sat down with a careful sigh, as if resting were also part of discipline. Jinsen sat beside him and looked around with relaxed eyes. A server approached and asked what they would like. Tea and rice. Koan said immediately, his voice firm. Jinsen nodded. Tea and rice, he agreed. Then after a moment he added, and a little sake. Koan turned sharply as if he had heard a scandalous confession. Sake, he repeated. You are a monk. Jinsen smiled gently. Yes, he said, I am a monk. Koan's brows tightened. Then you know we are not to drink intoxicants. Jinsen's expression stayed soft. I know the precept, he replied, and I also know the mind. Koan leaned forward, lowering his voice as if to keep the conversation private, though his righteousness made it feel loud. If you drink, he said, you break discipline. you stain your practice. Jinsen poured tea into his cup and stirred it slowly, listening. Then he said something that startled Koan, not because it was crude, but because it was so strangely honest. Someone who doesn't drink ginseng, said, is not even human. Koan froze, eyes wide with disbelief. What did you say? Jinsen's voice remained calm, almost tender. If a person refuses every ordinary thing out of fear, he said, their mind becomes tight. They become proud of their purity. They begin to measure others. They begin to build a self out of discipline. Koan felt heat rise in his face. Are you saying the precepts do not matter? No, Jinsen said gently. I am saying they are not meant to become your identity. Koan's jaw tightened. He wanted to argue, to defend his strictness as virtue. But Jinsen continued, as if pointing to something Koan could see if he would only stop gripping. If a person drinks to escape, Jinsen said, that is delusion. If a person drinks to chase pleasure, that is delusion. But if a person takes one cup without craving, without attachment, without losing awareness, then what is harmed? Koan stared at him, disturbed. The rules were Koan's safety. They were his map. If the map became flexible, the world felt dangerous. Yet Jinsen was not speaking like a rebel. He was speaking like someone who understood the purpose of the rules more deeply than Koan did. The server returned with a small cup of sake for Jinsen. Koan watched as if he were witnessing a fall from grace. Jinsen lifted the cup, paused, and looked at it quietly for a breath, as if acknowledging how easily the mind can turn anything into craving. Then he took a small sip. His face did not change. He did not chase another sip greedily. He did not become loud or careless. He simply returned the cup to the table. Koan waited, almost hoping to see a sign of corruption, some loss of clarity, some wobble in Jinsen's mind. But nothing happened. Jinsen remained exactly as he was, calm, awake, present. Koan felt confused, and beneath the confusion, something else, something tender began to flicker. If the precepts were meant to protect awakening and Jinsen was still awake, then perhaps the precepts were not the point by themselves. Perhaps they were a means, not an identity. Perhaps discipline was meant to support freedom, not replace it. Jinsen looked at Koan kindly, as if seeing the struggle inside him. The mind can cling to pleasure, he said, and it can also cling to purity. Both are chains. Koan lowered his eyes. The words landed softly, not as an attack, but as an invitation. It was not that Koan had been wrong to follow rules. It was that he had been holding them too tightly, using them as armor against fear. Fear of desire, fear of mistake, fear of being human. In that inn under dim lantern light, Koan tasted something new. The possibility that practice could be lived from the inside out, not from the outside in. That the real question was not, am I perfect, but am I awake? Not did I obey every form, but is my heart open? Is my mind clear? Zen does not encourage carelessness. It encourages honesty. It encourages a middle way that is neither indulgence nor rigidity. It points to a freedom that can touch life without being trapped by it. And from that lesson, the night now moves into a story where love is not an obstacle to practice, but a form of it. A story where devotion is not performance, but responsibility. You will meet Master Kaito, a teacher who could not leave his mother behind and who carried her through life with the same patience a monk carries his vows. It is a tale of filial love of quiet sacrifice, and of a wisdom that refuses to separate spirituality from the ordinary human heart. 5 seconds. The conversation between Koan and Jinsun lingers like a gentle aftertaste. Rules are not meant to harden the heart. They are meant to support clarity. And clarity, when it is alive, does not separate itself from ordinary human life. Zen is not a path that floats above the world. It is a path that meets the world directly, even in the most intimate duties, caring for a parent, cooking a meal, living with the weight of responsibility. There was once a Zen teacher named Master Kaito. People respected him for his understanding and the steadiness of his presence. Yet his life did not look like the romantic image of a monk hidden away in a distant mountain monastery. Kaito's life was shaped by something deeply human. He could not leave his mother. His mother was elderly and ill. She depended on him. And in those days, there were no systems to care for someone gently when their family could not. If Kaito had left to live fully in a monastery, his mother would have suffered alone. So, he chose a different path. He lived simply, carried his practice into daily life, and kept his mother close. Some monks criticized him. They said, "A true teacher should live in a monastery. A true monk should be free from attachment." But Kaito's face did not tighten when he heard these judgments. He did not argue. He did not defend. He simply continued caring for his mother as if this too were part of awakening. When he traveled to teach, he brought her with him. If he was invited to stay at a temple, he asked for a small space where his mother could rest. He cooked for her. He washed her clothes. He watched her sleep. And when he sat in meditation, he did not use stillness to escape his duty. He used stillness to meet it with gentleness. Money was scarce. Kaito did not live on donations the way some masters did, because many temples hesitated to support a teacher whose life seemed unusual. So he earned what he could by copying sacred texts. He would sit with brush and ink for long hours, carefully forming each character, letting the work become meditation. The pages he produced were clean and beautiful, and people sometimes paid him for them. With that small income, he bought rice, vegetables, and whatever medicine his mother needed. His mother, though frail, still had a lively spirit. She was not a saint. She was an ordinary human being with preferences and moods, sometimes gentle, sometimes stubborn. And Kaito did not demand that she become spiritual to fit his path. He accepted her as she was, the way the sky accepts clouds. One day, after a long week of simple meals, his mother said, almost shyly, "I want fish." Kaito paused. Fish was expensive. They could not afford it easily. Yet he did not lecture her about renunciation. He did not say a spiritual person should not desire. He only bowed his head slightly, as if receiving a request from life itself, and said, "All right." He walked to the market and bought fish with the little money he had saved. When he brought it home and cooked it, his mother ate with quiet pleasure, her face softening, as if remembering a happier time. Kaito watched her, not with resentment, not with judgment, but with the same gentle attention he might give to incense smoke rising in a still room. Some people heard about this and criticized him. A monk buying fish, they whispered. A teacher indulging his mother. They shook their heads and spoke as if they were protecting holiness. But what they were protecting was often their own image of holiness. Kaito did not respond. He did not try to convince anyone. He knew something simple: if practice makes you less kind, something has gone wrong. If discipline becomes an excuse to deny compassion, it is no longer wisdom. The heart of Zen is not rigid purity. It is awakened love, without clinging love, without performance love, that meets what is needed in the moment. As time passed, Kaito's mother began to notice the cost of her son's devotion. She saw how he worked late into the night copying texts. She saw how he rarely rested. She saw how he carried her needs as naturally as breathing, never complaining, never making her feel like a burden. And slowly, something changed in her. A quiet guilt arose, not the heavy guilt of shame, but the tender guilt of love, the recognition that she was holding him back from the life he might have chosen. One evening, while Kaito was preparing tea, his mother spoke softly. "My son, she said you have cared for me with such patience, but I do not want to be the chain that binds you." Kaito looked at her surprised. "You are not a chain," he said gently. But his mother shook her head. "I have watched you," she whispered. "You could live in a monastery. You could teach without carrying my frail body from place to place. I am old. I do not have many years left. I want to do something with what remains." Kaito sat beside her. The room was quiet. Outside, the night wind moved through trees. "What do you want to do?" he asked. His mother's eyes were steady, filled with a quiet courage he had not expected. "I want to become a nun," she said. "I want to practice sincerely. Not because I want to be holy, but because I want to give you freedom. And because I want to meet my own life with clear eyes before it ends." Kaito's chest tightened with emotion. He had never asked this of her. He had never pressured her. Yet here she was, offering something immense, not as a sacrifice, but as a natural step in her own awakening. From here, their story moves into a new chapter. A mother and son practicing side by side, a tenderness that becomes spiritual strength, and a wisdom that confounds those who believe enlightenment requires abandoning the human heart. And as the night continues, you will see how Kaito's devotion was never an obstacle to Zen. It was Zen alive, embodied, gentle, and real. Kaito's mother did not announce her decision with drama. She spoke as if stating something simple, something that had been ripening quietly inside her for a long time. And in the calm steadiness of her voice, Kaito could hear the same spirit he had tried to live by all these years, a willingness to meet life directly, without hiding, without clinging, without making excuses. In the weeks that followed, she began her training as a nun. It was not an easy path for an elderly woman. Her knees ached. Her hands shook. The early mornings were cold, yet she carried herself with dignity, as if each difficulty were not a punishment, but a teacher. Kaito guided her gently, never treating her as fragile, never treating her as a burden. He simply helped her step into the practice one breath at a time. People in the temples they visited did not know what to make of them. Some admired Kaito's devotion. Some whispered that he was too attached. Others, seeing his mother shave her head and take robes, softened in their judgment, because it is difficult to call something attachment when you witness its purity. This was not clinging born of fear. It was love expressed as responsibility and then transformed into shared practice. As mother and son traveled, they lived simply. Sometimes they stayed in small rooms offered by kind households. Sometimes they rested in temple corners. When money was needed, Kaito continued copying sutras, brush, moving steadily, ink forming characters like footprints in snow. And in the evenings when the work was done, they would sit together under the quiet sky. There was one night remembered in their tradition when the moon hung bright and full above a garden. A small breeze moved through bamboo, and the sound was like water running over stones. Kaito's mother brought out a simple instrument, something like a small flute or a stringed sound maker, and played a few soft notes. Kaito listened, then joined with his own voice, humming gently, letting the sound become a kind of meditation. The two of them sat there, not as teacher and dependent, but as two beings sharing the same breath, the same night, the same impermanence. It was not entertainment. It was quiet gratitude. And yet, as always happens when humans are involved, gossip returned. A few people began whispering that Kaito, traveling with his mother, was too close to the world. Some claimed he could not be a true master if he lived outside strict monastery rules. Others went further and spread a rumor that he was secretly visiting the pleasure district at night, meeting a young woman there, indulging desire under the cover of darkness. The rumor was absurd, but rumors do not need truth to live. They only need the mind's hunger for stories. When Kaito heard about it, he did not become angry. He did not launch a defense. He did not demand that people stop talking. He understood something that Master Shunko had embodied long before the world will think what it thinks. The question is whether you will cling to it. Still, his mother heard the rumor too, and instead of growing ashamed, she laughed softly. "People will always talk," she said. "Let them." Yet the rumor did not fade. It grew louder, especially among those who already disliked Kaito's unconventional life. Some said he buys fish for his mother. He travels outside monasteries. Of course he's undisciplined. They stitched separate incidents together as if sewing a garment of condemnation. One day a group confronted Kaito directly. Their tone was sharp, righteous. "Master," they said, "we have heard you visit the pleasure district at night. We have heard you are involved with a woman there. Is this true?" Kaito looked at them calmly. His face was neither defensive nor proud. He did not deny it with frantic emotion. He simply said, "Come with me." The group hesitated, then followed. Kaito led them through narrow streets until they reached the very district they whispered about. Lanterns glowed. Music drifted faintly. The air smelled of perfume and smoke. The men who accused him stiffened, thinking they had been proven right. Then, Kaito walked straight to one small room and knocked. A young woman opened the door. She bowed quickly when she saw him. Kaito turned to the accusers and said gently, "This is the woman you speak of." The men leaned forward, ready to condemn. But then Kaito stepped aside and revealed what was inside the room, his mother sitting calmly on a mat, smiling softly. She had been there all along, not as a customer, not as a secret lover, but as an elderly nun offering compassion. She had been visiting women who lived and worked there, speaking with them kindly, listening to their pain, reminding them they were human beings, worthy of dignity. She had been doing what true practice does, meeting suffering without judgment. Kaito's mother looked at the men and said with quiet warmth, "Yes, my son comes here. He comes to bring me home." The accusers stood frozen. Their righteous anger collapsed into embarrassment. Their story had been built from assumption, from the mind's eagerness to judge, and now the truth stood in front of them, gentle and undeniable. Kaito did not scold them. He only bowed as if to say, "If you want to see reality, come and look. Do not live inside rumor." In time, Kaito's mother grew weaker. Her body, though steady in spirit, began to show the slow truth of aging. She slept more. She walked more slowly. Her breath became shallow on cold mornings. Kaito cared for her without complaint, as he always had. But now there was a tenderness in him that felt like holding a candle in wind, aware that the flame could go out at any moment. One night, she called him close. Her eyes were clear. "Do not cling to me," she whispered. "Our love has been real. Our practice has been real. That is enough." Soon after, she died quietly. Kaito did not collapse into noisy grief. He wept, but his weeping was soft, like rain falling into earth. He prepared her body with reverence, not as someone performing a ritual for others, but as a son completing the final act of care. When the funeral day came, people gathered, expecting solemn chants, perhaps long prayers. Kaito stood before the coffin. He looked at the wooden lid, as if looking at the final boundary of form. Then, in a gesture that startled everyone, he raised his hand and struck the coffin once firmly, clearly, like a bell being sounded. The sharp knock echoed through the air. People gasped, unsure if it was disrespect. But Kaito's face was calm, and his eyes were tender. The gesture was not violence. It was directness. It was a reminder that the body is a form, and form passes. What remains is not the story, not the image, not the name. What remains is the clear awareness that has always been present, even while love moved through it. Then Kaito recited a short verse, a farewell shaped like a teaching. It was not ornate. It did not beg for comfort. It simply pointed, "Born. From this world I return to this world." The path was never apart. In every breath home, those who heard it felt something settle in their own hearts. A grief that could breathe, a love that did not have to cling, a tenderness that did not collapse into despair. Kaito continued teaching after his mother's death, but he did not become colder. If anything, his compassion deepened. He had loved fully, and he had let go fully. And the people who once judged him began to understand that his life had not been a distraction from Zen. It had been Zen embodied care, without resentment, discipline, without rigidity, love, without clinging. From this story, the night now turns toward another lesson of openness, the way truth can be recognized even outside the labels we cling to. In the next tale, Master Kesson will listen to words from a foreign scripture, and instead of rejecting them as not Zen, he will recognize the same awakening shining through a different form. Continue to part 19. After Master Kaito struck the coffin like a bell and recited his simple farewell, the air of the funeral softened. People left, carrying something quieter than grief, a recognition that love does not need to cling to remain real. And when the heart learns that it becomes less defensive, it becomes less eager to divide the world into pure and impure, inside and outside. It becomes able to listen. Zen at its best is not a narrow room with locked doors. It is an open sky. It does not reject truth because it arrives wearing unfamiliar clothing. When the mind is spacious, it can recognize the same light shining through many forms. There was once a Zen master known as Master Kesson, respected for his clarity and his unusual humility. He lived in a time when foreign ideas were beginning to enter Japan more openly. Some monks, reacted with fear, believing that anything outside Buddhism was dangerous. They clung tightly to identity, to labels, to the comfort of being certain that their way was superior. But Koan had a different temperament. He trusted direct seeing more than he trusted slogans. He trusted the living spirit of awakening more than the boundaries people drew around it. One day, a young student came to visit him. The student had been reading a foreign book, translated into Japanese, and passed quietly from hand to hand. It was the Bible. The student did not come as a missionary, and he did not come to argue. He came because something in the words had touched him, and he wanted to understand whether that touching belonged to the same truth Zen was pointing toward. He bowed to Master Koan and said, "Master, I have been reading this book from the West. Some say it is completely different from our path. Some say it is dangerous. But when I read certain passages, my heart becomes quiet. May I read a few lines to you?" Many teachers would have dismissed him immediately. Some would have scolded him for wasting time. Others would have attacked the book to protect their own identity. But Master Koan simply nodded. "Read," he said. The student opened the book and began speaking, his voice careful. He read a passage about love, about forgiveness, about the kingdom of heaven, not being far away, but near within. He read words that carried a softness and a strength, words that asked for humility, for compassion, for letting go of pride. The hall was quiet as he read. Even the birds outside seemed to pause. When the student finished, he looked up anxiously, bracing for criticism. He expected Master Koan to say, "This is not Zen." He expected rejection. Instead, Koan sat in silence for a moment, as if tasting the words, not with intellect but with direct attention. Then he spoke softly. "Whoever uttered those words," he said, "I consider an enlightened man." The student blinked, stunned. "Master, you mean the author?" Master Koan nodded gently. "If the words are true," he said, "why should I refuse them? Because of their name." The student's eyes filled with emotion. He had not come to replace one path with another. He had come seeking confirmation that truth is not a private possession of any tradition. And here, in one quiet sentence, Master Koan had given him exactly that, a teaching beyond labels. Koan continued calm and clear. "Zen is not a flag you wave," he said. "It is not a club you join. It is not a weapon to defeat other teachings." He looked at the student kindly. "Zen is seeing reality directly and living with a heart that is free." He paused, letting the words settle like warm tea. "If you cling to the label," he said, "you miss the living spirit. You become like a person who argues about the name of water while dying of thirst." The student lowered his gaze. He could feel how easily the mind becomes tribal, how quickly it builds walls around identity and calls those walls safety. And he could feel too how Master Koan's openness did not weaken Zen. It revealed its strength. A tradition confident in direct seeing does not fear other forms of wisdom. It can recognize the same awakening shining through different language. The story does not suggest that all teachings are identical. It simply shows that truth has a certain flavor, a certain fragrance, and when the heart is quiet enough, it can recognize that fragrance wherever it appears. Koan's response was an invitation to listen more deeply, not only to scriptures, but to life itself. Because life is always speaking. The question is whether we are listening with a mind full of labels or with a mind that has been emptied enough to receive. And as the night continues, Zen offers one more reminder that truth is often found not in complexity, but in the raw immediacy of this moment. The next tale is very short, and yet it carries a sweetness that can change the way you live. It is about a man hanging between two tigers and a single ripe strawberry. After Master Kesan spoke of recognizing truth beyond labels, the room felt lighter, as if a tight knot in the mind had loosened. When you stop clinging to names, you begin to see life more directly. And when life is seen directly, it often becomes simpler, not because it is easy, but because the mind stops adding extra layers of fear and story. The next tale is one of the simplest in all of Zen, and yet it points straight into the heart of what it means to be alive. There was once a man traveling through the mountains. The path was steep and the air was thin. He moved carefully along a narrow trail near a cliff's edge, where the ground dropped away into mist. The day was quiet. Only wind and distant birds moved through the sky. Suddenly the man heard a sound behind him, a low growl followed by the snap of branches. He turned and saw a tiger stepping onto the trail. Its eyes were fixed on him. Its body was powerful, calm, certain. Fear shot through the man like lightning. He ran. The trail narrowed. The cliff came closer. The tiger followed steady and fast. The man's breath became ragged. His legs burned. He could hear the animal closing the distance behind him, and the world seemed to shrink into one frantic question. How do I escape? Then the path ended. A cliff. No more ground. Only open air and a steep drop into the valley below. The man skidded to a stop, heart pounding, and looked down. The rock face fell sharply. There was no safe way down. Behind him, the tiger drew nearer. In desperation, the man grabbed a vine growing near the edge. He lowered himself over the cliff and began climbing down, hands trembling as they searched for grip. The vine held his weight, and he dangled in open space suspended between sky and stone. Above him, the tiger peered over the edge, its face close, its breath warm. The man clung tighter, praying the animal could not reach him. For a moment, he thought he might survive by staying just beyond the tiger's reach. Then he heard another sound below. A second tiger stood on a ledge beneath him, looking up. Its eyes were bright and patient. Its body was coiled with the same calm certainty. The man's stomach dropped. He was caught between two predators, one above, one below. He tightened his grip on the vine. The vine was his only hope. And yet, as he looked closer, he saw something even more terrifying. Two mice, one white and one black, were gnawing at the vine where it grew from the cliff. Their small teeth worked steadily, without haste, without emotion. They did not hate him. They did not care about him. They simply chewed as time chews at everything. The man's mind went wild. Above him, death. Below him, death. And now the vine itself was being eaten away. He was suspended in the most impossible moment a mind can imagine, the certainty of impermanence, the helplessness of being unable to control it, the raw truth that life can end at any time from any direction. And then, as he hung there, he noticed something beside him. A small strawberry plant had grown from a crack in the cliff. One ripe strawberry hung from it, red and bright against grey stone. It looked impossibly alive, a tiny jewel of sweetness in the middle of danger. The man stared at it. The tigers waited. The mice continued chewing. The wind moved around him. Slowly, He reached one hand toward the strawberry, careful not to lose his grip. He plucked it. He brought it to his mouth. And he ate it. In that single bite, the world stopped being only fear. The strawberry was sweet, shockingly sweet. The taste filled his mouth with life, not with hope for the future, not with regret for the past, but with the pure immediacy of what was here, right now. How sweet it tasted. This story does not end with rescue. It does not offer an escape plan. It does not promise that the tigers will leave. Zen is not always interested in the ending the ego wants. Zen is interested in awakening you to this moment, even when the moment contains uncertainty. The two tigers are the dangers we fear, what might come from behind, what might wait below. The mice are time, day and night, chewing at the vine of our life. The vine is the fragile thread we cling to, believing it will hold forever. And the strawberry is this moment, this breath, this taste, this simple aliveness that can still be experienced even in the presence of impermanence. Zen does not ask you to deny the tigers. It asks you not to miss the strawberry, because the mind suffers when it lives only in the imagined future or the remembered past. But in the present, even in difficulty, something is always here, a breath, a sound, a small sweetness, a quiet beauty. And when the heart learns to touch that beauty without clinging, fear loosens its grip. From this small strawberry, the night now moves toward another subtle trap of the mind, the trap of criticism. Because even when a person is talented, even when wisdom is present, the gaze of judgment can tighten the heart and strangle what wants to flow. In the next story, you will meet a calligrapher named Sogen, who creates masterpiece after masterpiece, only after the critic leaves the room. After the man tasted the strawberry, the story leaves you with a quiet truth. Even when life feels uncertain, the present moment still holds something real. But the mind has a way of stealing that reality from us. Sometimes it does not steal it with fear, but with judgment, with the tight, restless voice that says, not good enough, not pure enough, not impressive enough. Do it again. That voice can turn sweetness into tension. It can turn a simple act into a performance. And when the heart feels watched, especially by criticism, something natural in us often closes like a flower folding at night. There was once a renowned calligrapher, a Zen man known as Sogen, whose brushwork was said to carry the same spirit as meditation. His characters were not merely pretty marks on paper. They felt alive, as if each stroke had been born from stillness and returned to stillness. People traveled to see his work, not because they wanted decoration, but because the writing itself seemed to point to a mind that was free. One day, a student came to him with a request. The student was ambitious and proud, and he believed that if he could obtain a piece of Sogen's calligraphy, he would own something valuable, something he could show others, something that would reflect greatness back onto him. Master, the student said, "Bowing, please write something for me." Sogen nodded calmly. He did not ask why. He did not test the student. He simply prepared ink, arranged the paper, and lifted his brush. The room was quiet, and Sogen's hand moved with ease. The brush touched the paper, and the first stroke appeared like a bird landing softly on a branch. Then the next stroke, steady and confident. Then the next, each one placed as if it belonged exactly where it landed. When he finished, Sogen set the brush down and showed the piece to the student. The student looked at it for a long moment, then frowned slightly. "It's not good enough," he said. Sogen did not react. He simply nodded once, as if the student had commented on the weather. Without argument, he took a fresh sheet of paper, dipped the brush again, and wrote another piece. This one was different. Still beautiful, still clear, perhaps even more alive. The ink seemed to breathe. The spacing carried harmony. The strokes felt effortless. Sogen offered it to the student. The student's eyes moved over the characters, and again he shook his head. "Not good enough," he said. Sogen remained calm. He took another sheet, and another. Day after day, the same pattern continued. The student sat and watched, arms crossed, gaze sharp, always measuring, always looking for flaws, always holding an invisible standard no one else could see. Each time Sogen finished, the student rejected it. Not good enough. Sogen did not become angry. He did not scold. He did not say, "You should be grateful." He simply kept writing. Over time, the pile of rejected calligraphy grew. There were dozens of sheets, each one containing careful strokes, each one holding a quiet beauty the student refused to recognize. The room became thick with the energy of judgment, not because Sogen carried it, but because the student did. It was like smoke that kept returning, no matter how many windows were opened. Still, Sogen continued. He wrote again and again, patient as water wearing down stone. The student rejected each one as if rejection itself gave him power. Eventually, the number reached 84. 84 sheets. 84 times, the student said, "Not good enough." Sogen's face stayed gentle, but something was quietly happening beneath the surface. Not frustration in the master, but a growing recognition of the atmosphere. When a person is watched by a critic, the mind begins to tighten without noticing. Even a trained artist can feel the subtle pressure to satisfy. And that pressure, however small, can pull the brush away from its deepest freedom. One afternoon, after rejecting yet another piece, the student suddenly rose. He looked dissatisfied, as if even his own criticism had begun to tire him. "I'll return later," he said, and walked out. The door slid shut behind him, and the room changed. It was not a dramatic change. It was like a tight hand releasing. The air felt open again. The silence felt clean. The invisible audience vanished, and with it, the need to perform. Sogen sat still for a moment, as if letting the space settle. Then he lifted his brush once more. He did not rush. He did not think. He did not try to impress anyone. His mind was quiet, empty of the student's gaze, empty of the need to succeed. In Zen, this is sometimes called no mind, not a blank mind, but a mind ungrasping, unself-conscious, free. The brush touched the paper, and something extraordinary flowed out. The strokes were bold and effortless, as if the ink itself knew where it wanted to go. The characters appeared with a natural power, not forced, not decorated. They carried the flavor of the strawberry, direct, alive, present. When Sogen finished, he set the brush down and looked at what he had written. It was by any measure the finest piece of the entire stack. Not because he tried harder, but because he tried less. Because the brush was not being controlled by fear of judgment. It was moving from stillness. Later, the student returned. Sogen did not show him the 84 rejected pieces. He did not explain. He simply offered the final sheet. The student looked at it, and his face changed. For the first time, he did not find fault. His eyes widened slightly, and he nodded, as if he had discovered what he had been searching for all along. "This," he said, "is excellent." Sogen bowed gently, receiving the comment without pride. He did not say, "Of course it is." He did not say, "You were the problem." He did not need to win. But the lesson was clear for anyone who could see it. The critic had not been refining art. He had been tightening the room. He had been forcing the mind into self-consciousness. And when self-consciousness enters, natural wisdom retreats. This is not only about calligraphy, it is about your own mind as well. How often do you feel watched, even when no one is watching? How often does an inner critic sit beside you, measuring, judging, tightening the chest? How often does it steal the sweetness of the moment? The simple strawberry of now Zen does not ask you to silence the critic by fighting it. It invites you to see it clearly and then to relax your grip. When the mind stops performing, something deeper can flow. When the heart stops bracing, a natural kindness appears. And from here, the night moves toward a different kind of misunderstanding. One that comes from words, from debate, from how easily the mind can misread what is happening right in front of it. In the next story, a silent exchange of gestures will be interpreted in two completely different ways, and Zen will quietly smile at the strange human comedy of it all. After Sogen's brush moved freely, the moment criticism left the room, the lesson settled gently into the night. So much of our suffering is not created by life itself, but by the gaze, outer or inner, that tightens the heart into performance. When that gaze relaxes, something natural returns. And yet, even when the mind is relaxed, it still loves to interpret, to label, to decide what a moment means. The mind is a storyteller. It wants to be right. It wants to feel certain. And because of that, two people can witness the same event and walk away carrying completely different realities. Zen smiles at this, not with mockery, but with understanding. It knows how easily we live inside our own interpretations, and how rarely we notice the simple truth sitting quietly beneath them. There was once a Zen master traveling through a village where a heated debate was unfolding. Two religious teachers, one a Zen monk, the other a scholar from a different tradition, had been arguing in public. A small crowd gathered, drawn by the energy of conflict. People love arguments because they feel like drama, and drama feels like meaning. The scholar, proud and articulate, challenged the Zen monk and demanded a debate. "If your teaching is true," he said, "prove it, explain it, defend it." The Zen monk, however, did not respond with words. He simply stood there, calm, as if listening to wind. The scholar sneered. "Is this your wisdom?" he demanded. Silence. At that moment, the Zen monk raised one finger. The scholar laughed loudly. "Ah," he said, turning to the crowd. "He admits his teaching is small, only one." The crowd murmured, impressed by the scholar's quick interpretation. Then the Zen monk raised two fingers. The scholar's smile widened. "Now he concedes. There are two," he declared, "perhaps heaven and earth, or body and mind." Again the crowd murmured, pleased with the performance of explanation. Then the Zen monk raised three fingers. The scholar nodded triumphantly. "Now he says there are three, perhaps the sacred trinity of his own confused philosophy," he said with contempt. "Look how he cannot speak clearly, yet he gestures like a child." At last, the Zen monk made a fist and held it out firm and still. The scholar stepped back, startled, then immediately recovered. "Ah," He announced he admits defeat. He has nothing to say. With that, the scholar bowed dramatically to the crowd, satisfied that he had won. People applauded his cleverness. They praised his ability to interpret each gesture. They watched him leave, as if they had witnessed truth being defended. But the story does not end there. Later that day, the Zen master, who had been traveling through the village, an elder teacher, heard what had happened. Someone said to him, "A monk debated a scholar without words, and the scholar defeated him." The master asked, "Where is this monk now?" They brought the monk to him. The monk bowed, face calm, but eyes slightly downcast, as if carrying something unresolved. The master asked, "Tell me what happened." The monk said, "The scholar demanded a debate. I did not want to argue. So I raised one finger to show that truth is one. He interpreted it his way. Then I raised two fingers to show that there are two aspects, form and emptiness. He interpreted it his way. Then I raised three fingers to show the three bodies of Buddha, the fullness of reality. He interpreted it his way. Finally, he insulted Zen again, and something in me tightened. I raised my fist without thinking, and he declared victory. The elder master listened quietly. Then he asked, "And what did you feel when he declared victory?" The monk hesitated. "I felt irritated," he admitted. "I felt I had been misunderstood." The master nodded, as if hearing something very ordinary. "And that he said gently, 'Is where your debate truly happened.'" The monk looked up. The elder master continued, "Your fingers were not the debate. Your fist was not the debate. The debate happened the moment your mind tightened around being understood." The monk lowered his gaze again. The lesson was subtle and sharp. The scholar had not defeated Zen. The monk had been defeated by his own need to correct his own attachment to image, his own irritation. The scholar's interpretations were not the problem. The problem was the monk's inner response, how quickly he had stepped into the same game. And yet Zen also holds another layer here, one that is almost playful. Because later, when the scholar was asked what happened, he told a different story entirely. He said, "I debated a Zen monk. He raised one finger, meaning he and I are one. I raised my hand, meaning we are two. He raised three fingers, meaning there are three of us, him, me, and the truth between. Then I raised my fist, meaning I would strike him. And he raised his fist, meaning he would strike me. So I left, because he was a violent man." When people heard this, they laughed, because it was clear that both men had been living inside their own mind. The monk believed he was teaching truth. The scholar believed he was winning a debate. And the crowd believed they had witnessed something meaningful. But what they had truly witnessed was the mind's endless habit of interpretation. Zen does not say interpretation is evil. It only reminds you interpretation is not reality. Reality is what remains when you stop insisting your story is the only story. When you are tired at night, the mind often narrates. It replays conversations. It assigns meaning. It decides who was right. It decides who was wrong. It tightens around being understood. And this tightening is what steals rest. So as you listen now, you might practice something gentle. Let the mind drop its need to interpret. Let sounds be sounds. Let thoughts be thoughts. Let the world be the world. In that soft letting go, the heart becomes quiet again. And the next story will continue this theme, but with an even simpler, pointing one that comes from everyday life. A monk will learn awakening Not from a sutra, not from a lecture, but from a butcher who says with complete confidence, "Everything in my shop is the best." And then another master will show through the opening and closing of a hand that wisdom lives not in extremes, but in the flexible middle. 5 seconds. The silent debate leaves behind a gentle smile because it reveals something we all do. We live inside our interpretations and we fight to protect them. And when the mind is tired, those interpretations become heavier like stones in a pocket. Zen keeps inviting you to set them down, not by arguing with them, but by returning to what is simple and direct. Sometimes that directness comes from a master in a hall. Sometimes it comes from a stranger in a marketplace, speaking a sentence so ordinary it would be easy to miss until it lands in the heart like a bell. There was once a monk named Banryu who was traveling on foot from temple to temple. He was sincere, disciplined, and hungry for awakening. Yet despite years of practice, he felt as if something essential remained just beyond his grasp. He understood teachings intellectually. He could recite phrases about emptiness and letting go. But the living taste of it, the strawberry sweetness of direct knowing, still eluded him. One afternoon, Banryu walked through a crowded market. Vendors called out their goods. Children ran between stalls. The air smelled of grilled rice and fresh vegetables. Banryu moved slowly, letting the noise pass through him, trying not to be pulled into distraction. Yet even in that attempt, his mind was tense. He was still searching, still measuring his progress, still asking silently, "When will I understand?" As he passed a butcher's shop, he heard a loud, confident voice ringing out over the crowd. Best meat in town. The butcher's stall was simple slabs of meat, a sharp knife, a wooden board stained by years of work. The butcher himself looked broad and strong, sleeves rolled up, face flushed from labor. He called to customers with a smile that seemed almost playful. Each time someone approached, he would point to a piece of meat, any piece, and say with complete certainty, "This is the best." Banryu paused. Something about the butcher's claim irritated him. Perhaps it was the arrogance, perhaps it was the certainty. Banryu thought, how can every piece be the best? The mind trained in analysis wants categories. It wants hierarchy. It wants to decide which is superior and which is inferior. So Banryu stepped closer and said, "Butcher, you keep saying, every piece is the best. How can that be true?" The butcher looked at him, eyes bright, and replied without hesitation, "Because everything in my shop is the best." Banryu frowned. "That makes no sense," he said. "Surely some cuts are better than others." The butcher's smile did not fade. He lifted his knife not threateningly, but as if it were simply part of his work, and he said in a calm, matter-of-fact voice, "In my shop, there is no piece of meat that is not the best." Something in the simplicity of his statement struck Banryu. Not because it was logically airtight, but because it carried a strange directness. The butcher was not talking about quality in the way Banryu's mind assumed. He was pointing to something else, that each piece exactly as it was belonged fully to its place. Each piece was what it was. There was no need for the butcher to apologize for it. No need to compare it endlessly. No need to chase a better piece while rejecting the one in front of him. In that moment, Banryu felt something loosen. The market noise softened. The butcher's voice, the smell of the air, the movement of people, all of it suddenly felt complete, as if the world did not need Banru's judgment to be real. He bowed to the butcher, unexpectedly moved. The butcher nodded and returned to his work. Banru walked away slowly, and in his chest, the question that had tortured him. When will I understand? Quieted for a moment. He could feel that the mind's habit of ranking, rejecting, and comparing was the same habit that kept him searching. It was the same habit that made him believe this moment was not best, that he must reach for another moment to finally be satisfied. Yet Zen does not stop at insight. It tests it. It asks, can you live this understanding not only in a market, but in the full complexity of life, where extremes pull at you, where emotions rise, where the mind loves to choose sides? Not long after Banru's encounter, he visited a Zen master named Master Mokuren, known for teaching with simple gestures. Banru bowed and shared the story of the butcher, explaining how it had shifted something in him. Master Mokuren listened quietly, then held out his hand. He clenched it into a tight fist. Banru watched. Mokuren said, "If your mind is like this," he held the fist firm. "What do you call it?" Banru answered carefully, "A closed hand." Mokuren nodded. "It is a deformity," he said gently, "if it stays that way." Then Mokuren opened his hand. Wide fingers spread, palm relaxed. "And if the mind is like this," he asked, "what do you call it?" Banru said, "An open hand." Mokuren nodded again. "It is also a deformity," he said, "if it stays that way." Banru blinked, confused. Master Mokuren's eyes were kind. He moved his hand once more, closing. Opening, closing, opening, smoothly, naturally, without strain. Then he said, "The hand is healthy because it can do both. It can grasp when it needs to grasp. It can release when it needs to release. It does not cling to one shape." The teaching landed quietly. Banru felt it in his body, not as a concept, but as a simple truth. Extremes are not freedom. A mind that is always clenched is trapped by craving and control. A mind that is always open, always refusing form, can become detached and useless. True practice is flexibility. It is the middle way, alive and responsive, closing and opening according to what the moment requires. In that light, the butcher's words became even clearer. Best did not mean superior by comparison. Best meant complete in its own nature, perfectly belonging to this moment. And Master Mokuren's hand showed how to live with that completeness without falling into rigidity. Life asks you to hold and to let go, to act and to rest, to speak and to be silent, to open and to close without clinging to either. As the night deepens, you may feel your own hand of the mind softening, the grip of judgment loosening, the craving to control easing. And in that easing, there is a quiet space where rest becomes possible. From this lesson of flexibility, the next story turns toward impermanence in its most intense form, toward a nun who prepares her own final fire meeting death, not as a tragedy, but as a direct teaching. It is a story that can sound shocking, yet beneath it lies the same pointing Zen has been offering all night. The body rises and falls like a wave, but awareness remains clear. After Master Mokuren showed Banru the simple truth of the hand closing and opening, holding and releasing, the night seems to settle into a deeper hush. The teaching is gentle, but it is also uncompromising. Extremes are not freedom. Rigidity is not wisdom. Even openness, if it becomes another identity, can turn into its own kind of prison. Zen keeps pointing to something living and flexible, something that meets each moment without clinging. And then, as these stories often do, it turns toward impermanence again, not to frighten the heart, but to remind it of what is real. Because nothing makes the truth of impermanence feel closer than the fact that the body itself will one day be gone. Zen does not bring this up to create despair. It brings it up to dissolve false urgency, to soften fear, and to reveal the clear awareness that remains when all the mind's stories fall silent. There was once a nun named Nun Seiyun, respected for her devotion and her unwavering seriousness. She had practiced for many years, not as a performance, but as an honest inquiry into what life truly is. She did not chase comfort. She did not decorate her path with pretty words. She sat, worked, served, and studied the mind the way one studies the sky, watching how clouds form, how they drift, how they dissolve. In her later years, Seiyun's health began to weaken. Her body became frail. Her breath grew thinner, especially in cold weather. She could feel with clarity that her time was nearing its end. Some around her tried to avoid speaking of it, as if silence about death could delay it. But Seiyun did not avoid it. She met it directly, the way she had met everything, with stillness and honesty. One evening, she called a few attendants to her room. Her voice was calm and steady. She spoke of her body failing, of the natural closing of a life, and of her wish to use even this moment, this final threshold, as a teaching. The attendants were troubled by what they heard. They begged her to rest. They urged her to simply let nature take its course. But Seiyun's mind was clear. She was not acting from despair. She was not trying to escape pain. She was pointing to something deeper, something beyond fear. In the tradition, it is said that she prepared for her passing with a simple solemnity and then sat down in meditation, meeting the end of her life without panic, without struggle, without clinging. Those around her were shaken, not because her manner was dramatic, but because her calm was so complete. It was as if she had already stepped beyond the boundary that frightens the ordinary mind. When other monks later spoke about it, some questioned her choice. Some believed it was too severe, too extreme, too difficult to understand. And so the story includes a moment where someone challenges the meaning of her act, asking what such an end could possibly prove. The response given in the tradition is not sentimental. It does not glorify death. It does not romanticize suffering. Instead, it points to the same truth Master Seirin pointed to with his verse, and the same truth Takuma tasted when he became great waves. If you identify only with the body, then death is terrifying. But if you know the clear awareness that witnesses the body, if you know what you are beneath the name and the form, then the fear changes. It becomes quieter. It becomes workable. It becomes something the mind does not have to fight with frantic grasping. In one version of the tale, when someone criticized her saying her action was foolish or meaningless, a master replied with a line as sharp as a bell. Such a matter would concern only a stupid person. The meaning is not that life is worthless, nor that death is a game. The meaning is that arguing about forms while missing the direct seeing of mind is the real foolishness. When the mind clings to opinions about how things should be, it remains trapped. When the mind sees directly, it becomes free enough to meet even the hardest truths without collapse. Still, it is important to hear this story in the right spirit. Zen is not asking you to harm yourself. Zen is not asking you to chase dramatic endings. Zen is asking you to wake up now, in this moment, while you are alive, while you can still taste the strawberry, while you can still breathe. The point is not death. The point is freedom from fear and clinging, so that life can be lived with a soft, steady heart. If you let the story settle gently, you may feel what it is really pointing toward every day. The mind clings to small things: status, image, control, approval, as if these could protect it from impermanence. But impermanence comes anyway, and when it comes, the question becomes very simple. Can you meet what arrives with openness? Can you let go without hatred? Can you live so clearly that even the thought of endings does not steal the sweetness of now? From Nun Seon's stark reminder, the night shifts towards something much more grounded and practical: how to live each day with simple discipline that supports peace. In the next story, Master Sosei offers a set of ordinary daily rules, not as rigid commandments, but as a gentle structure for awareness. And woven into that, you will hear a tale about grief and merit, about a man who asks for prayers for his wife, then demands that others be excluded, revealing how sorrow can either close the heart or open it into compassion. After Nun Seon's final lesson, the night feels hushed, as if the mind has been brought close to the edge of what it usually avoids. Yet Zen does not leave you there suspended in heaviness. It turns gently back toward the ground beneath your feet, toward the ordinary day, toward the small habits that shape a life. Because the deepest freedom is not only shown in dramatic moments, it is lived in simple moments. How you wake, how you speak, how you eat, how you carry your mind through the hours. There was once a teacher known as Master Sosei, a Zen master who had an unusual gift. He could express profound practice in very plain words. People came to him expecting mysterious teachings, and he would offer something simpler than they imagined: guidance that felt like the instructions of a wise elder who wants your life to become lighter. One day, a student asked him, "Master, what is the best way to live in practice?" Day by day, Master Sosei looked at the student for a moment, then spoke as if he were describing a path through a forest, clear, steady, practical. He offered a set of simple daily rules. They were not meant to become rigid armor. They were meant to return the mind to awareness again and again, the way a bell returns the ear to the present. He said, in essence, wake up simply without rushing into thought. Wash your face and hands as if washing the day itself. Eat with attention, tasting what is given. Do not speak too much. When you speak, speak truthfully and gently. When you walk, know you are walking. When you work, work fully without complaint. When you rest, rest without guilt. Do not chase what is not here. Do not fight what is here. If anger arises, notice it as a passing storm. If desire arises, notice it as a passing wave. Keep returning to the breath, returning to the body, returning to the quiet center that does not need to prove anything. He spoke too about the small deceits that steal peace: overeating, oversleeping, indulging in gossip, feeding the mind with unnecessary noise, letting resentment build like hidden mold. He urged his listeners to keep life clean and simple, because when life is simple, the mind becomes easier to see. And when the mind becomes easier to see, it becomes easier to free. What made Master Sosei's guidance special was not that it was complicated, it was that it was honest. It asked for discipline, but not harshness. It asked for awareness, but not strain. It asked for a steady return to what is real, because the mind's suffering often comes from wandering too far into imagined worlds. The students wrote down these rules grateful. Some felt inspired, imagining how peaceful their lives could become if they followed them. Others felt resistant because even simple practice can feel demanding to a mind addicted to distraction. But Master Sosei did not pressure them. He offered the guidance like a cup of tea. Take it if you are thirsty. Not long after, another scene unfolded that revealed how the heart uses even spiritual practice to protect itself or to open itself. A man came to Master Sosei in grief. His wife had died, and his sorrow was heavy, raw, and uncontained. He bowed deeply and said, "Master, please perform prayers for my wife. Please dedicate merit to her." Master Sosei agreed without hesitation. He did not ask whether the man was a good person. He did not demand payment. He simply began the chanting and the ritual, offering what comfort he could, letting the prayers carry the man's grief the way a river carries fallen leaves. When it was finished, the man bowed again, tears in his eyes. "Thank you," he said. "May the merit reach her." Master Sosei nodded gently. "May it be so," he replied. The man hesitated, then his face tightened slightly, as if another thought had risen beneath the sorrow. He said, "Master, my wife lived next to another woman who was always irritating, always noisy, always troublesome. I do not want any merit to reach that neighbor. Please make sure the prayers go only to my wife." His words were spoken as if they were reasonable, as if grief gave him the right to control grace. Master Sosei looked at him calmly. He did not scold him, but he did not indulge him either. He asked softly, "Why do you want merit only for your wife?" The man frowned. "Because my wife deserves it," he said. "That neighbor does not. I do not want her to benefit." Master Sosei's eyes stayed kind. He let a short silence pass, and in that silence the man could hear the hardness in his own request, the way his grief had begun to tighten into resentment. Then the master said something simple, almost like a lullaby for the heart. "Merit is not like money," he said. "It is not something you can lock away from others. If your prayers come from love, they will naturally touch beyond what you intend. If they come from hatred, they will not even touch your wife." The man stared, confused and defensive. "But I do not want that neighbor to receive anything," he insisted. Master Sosei nodded gently, as if acknowledging the man's pain. Then he said, "Your wife has died. Her suffering has ended. But you are still suffering. And do you know why?" The man's throat tightened. He did not answer. "Because your grief has turned into separation," Master Sosei continued. "It has turned into an us and them. It has turned into judgment. It has turned into the same mind that caused pain while your wife was alive." The man looked down, trembling. He had come to the master seeking comfort, but now the master was showing him the deeper truth. Grief can either open the heart into compassion, or it can close the heart into bitterness. The event is the same. The direction of the heart is what changes. Master Sosei spoke more softly. "If you truly wish peace for your wife," he said, "let your prayers be wide. Let them be like the moonlight Master Ryozen wished he could give light that does not choose who deserves it." The man's eyes filled again, but now the tears were different, less sharp, more honest. He could feel how his own mind had been trying to control even goodness, trying to make love exclusive, trying to keep resentment alive under the cover of devotion. He bowed slowly. "I understand," he whispered, though understanding was only beginning. Master Sosei nodded, not triumphant, simply present. The lesson was not harsh. It was compassionate. It was an invitation: let sorrow soften you, not harden you. Let loss open your heart wider, not narrower. Because life is short, and the mind's tightness wastes precious breath. As the man left, the master returned to his simple daily rules, because the truth is lived in repetition. Wake wash, eat, work, speak, rest. Keep returning to awareness. Keep loosening the fist. Keep widening the heart. In this way, even grief becomes part of practice, not a chain, but a teacher. From here, the night turns once more toward the deep teaching of emptiness, toward stories where flowers fall like blessings, where awakening appears not as something new you gain, but as something you recognize when you stop clinging. In the next part, you will hear of Subhata beneath a shower of blossoms of a nun who practiced for decades, only to realize she had never truly been separated from what she sought, and of a master who offers a final instruction, as simple as this: throw it out and carry it out. After Master Sosei spoke of prayers that should be wide as moonlight, the night seems to exhale. A certain tightness, this constant habit of choosing who deserves warmth, begins to soften. And when the heart softens, it becomes easier to feel what Zen keeps pointing toward, beneath all rules and rituals, that peace is not something you gain by gripping harder. It is something you recognize when you stop holding the world in a fist. This is why the teachings on emptiness can feel so gentle when they are truly understood. Emptiness is not a cold void. It is the spaciousness that allows everything to come and go without leaving a wound. It is the open sky that can hold clouds, birds, thunder, and silence without being changed into any of them. And sometimes Zen shows this spaciousness not through lectures, but through images so simple they feel like dreams. There is an old story about a monk named Subhata. He was known for understanding emptiness deeply, not as a concept, but as direct seeing. One day, Subhata sat alone in a quiet place, resting in meditation beneath trees that moved softly in the wind. His posture was still, his breath gentle, his mind ungrasping. He was not trying to get anything. He was simply resting in the clear awareness that remains when the mind stops naming and dividing. As he sat there, something extraordinary happened. Flowers began to fall around him, light petals drifting down as if the sky itself were offering a blessing. The air filled with fragrance. Petals landed on his robe and hair, bright against the stillness of his body. In the old tradition, it is said that heavenly beings were scattering these blossoms in praise of his understanding. Subhata opened his eyes and looked around, not amazed, not proud, simply curious. "Why are you offering flowers to me?" he asked. A voice answered from the unseen. "Because you have spoken beautifully about emptiness." Subhata shook his head gently. "But I have not spoken," he said. "I have been sitting in silence." The voice replied, "Exactly. You have not spoken, and yet you have revealed emptiness perfectly. That is true teaching." Subhata sat quietly again, and the petals continued falling like soft snow. The point was not that flowers are magical. The point was that the deepest teaching is not always in words. Sometimes the clearest expression of emptiness is a mind that does not cling a heart, that does not tighten a presence so open that even silence becomes instruction. And when you listen tonight, you may feel why this matters. The mind spends so much energy arguing with reality, naming, judging, resisting. But when the mind becomes spacious, life begins to feel less like a battle and more like a flow. Sounds arrive and pass. Thoughts arrive and pass. Even fear arrives and passes. The petals fall, the petals drift away. Nothing needs to be forced. Another story carries the same teaching in an even more ordinary form, as if Zen wanted to say, you do not need heaven to send flowers. You only need to see what is already here. There was a nun named Nun Kiori who practiced for many years, nearly 3 decades, sincerely and patiently. She had entered the path with a strong longing for awakening, and she worked hard, perhaps harder than she needed to. She studied teachings, she sat for long hours, she served her temple sweeping floors, cooking meals, carrying water, and still the mind kept whispering the same ache. Not yet, not enough. I have not reached it. Years passed like seasons. 29 years of practice can make a person strong, but it can also make a person tired if the mind is still chasing an invisible finish line. Kiori began to wonder if she would die before understanding what she sought. One evening, she carried a bucket of water along a path. The night was calm. The moon hung above her bright and steady. As she walked, she noticed the moon reflected in the surface of the water, trembling slightly with each step. The reflection was beautiful, quiet, luminous, fragile. Then, in one simple moment, the bucket cracked. The bottom gave way. Water spilled out completely and vanished into the earth, and the moon's reflection disappeared with it. Kiori stopped walking. She stood there holding an empty bucket, and something inside her finally fell away too. For years, she had been trying to hold awakening the way a bucket holds water. She had been trying to capture the moon in the surface of effort. But the moment the water was gone, she saw the truth. The moon was never in the bucket. It had always been in the sky. The reflection had been beautiful, but it was not the source. In that instant, the long search collapsed, not into despair, but into relief. The thing she had been chasing was not missing. It had never been lost. It was the awareness seeing the moon, seeing the water, seeing the bucket, seeing the spilling present, before the thought, I have it, and present, after the thought, I lost it. Kiori's heart softened. Her breath became very quiet, and a simple knowing arose. There is nothing to hold. There is nothing to lose. The mind had been exhausting itself, trying to grasp what was already here. If Subhata's flower shower points to emptiness through beauty, and Kiori's broken bucket points to it through ordinary accident, the next story points to it through a short, almost humorous exchange, because Zen also knows we can take our own minds too seriously. A monk once came to a master named Master Jorin and said, "Master, I have nothing. Nothing inside, nothing outside. What should I do?" Master Jorin looked at him calmly and replied, "Then throw it out." The monk frowned. "But Master," he said, "I told you, I have nothing. What can I throw out?" Master Jorin's eyes remained gentle. "Then carry it out," he said. The monk stood there confused because his mind wanted a concept it could hold. But the master's instruction was not a concept. It was a mirror. The monk claimed to have nothing yet. He was still clinging to that nothing as an identity. He was still holding an idea. I have nothing, I am empty, and asking the master to confirm it. So Jorin pointed him back to direct reality. If you are carrying something, drop it. If you claim you are carrying nothing, then stop carrying even that claim. Stop turning emptiness into a possession. Stop turning freedom into a badge. In a soft way, all three stories say the same thing. Emptiness is not something you collect. It is not something you prove. It is not even something you keep. It is the natural openness of mind when it stops clinging, an openness that can hold flowers, falling water, spilling, and questions dissolving without needing to tighten. And from that openness, the night now moves toward the way the mind creates ghosts, how fear and memory can fabricate a haunting that feels real until a single clear test dissolves it. Then, we will meet a man who uses wealth not to decorate his image, but to serve children, and a moment where a book of authority is burned to reveal what cannot be passed through objects. Each story will keep bringing you back to the same quiet center, the place where nothing is missing and nothing needs to be held. After the petals around Subhata, after Kiori's bucket emptied itself, after Master Jorin's gentle insistence that even nothing can become something you cling to, the night begins to feel wider. The teachings are no longer pointing you toward a distant achievement. They are pointing you back to what is already here beneath every story the mind insists on telling. And yet even when the mind hears this, it still has habits, old grooves worn by fear, guilt, longing, and imagination. Sometimes those habits become so vivid, they feel like ghosts. Zen does not deny that the mind can be haunted. It simply asks, what is haunting you truly? Is it reality, or is it a story held together by belief? And if it is belief, can you test it gently, the way you would test a shadow on the wall by turning on a lamp? There was once a man who lived alone, troubled by the memory of his dead wife. In life, their marriage had been difficult. There were words said that could not be taken back, resentments that were never fully healed. When she died, the man's grief was tangled with guilt. At night, his mind replayed old arguments, old regrets. He became convinced that his wife's spirit had not found peace and had returned to haunt him. He began hearing sounds in the house, faint footsteps, the creak of wood, a whisper that might have been wind. He began waking in the dark with the feeling that someone was standing near his bed. The more he feared it, the more vivid it became. The mind is like this. What it feeds, it strengthens. Finally, unable to bear it, he went to a Zen teacher and begged for help. He said, "Master, my wife's ghost comes every night. She will not leave me. I am terrified." The teacher listened calmly. He did not ridicule the man. He did not dismiss him. He understood that fear feels real, even when it is built from thought. So he said, "Tonight when the ghost appears, do not run. Do not pray. Do not argue. Ask it to do something specific." The man trembled. "What should I ask?" The master replied, "Ask the ghost to count beans." The man blinked, confused. "Beans?" "Yes," the master said. "Before you sleep, place a bowl of beans beside your bed. When the ghost comes, ask her to count them one by one and to tell you the total. If she is truly a ghost, she will do it. If she is your own mind, the story will break." The man did not fully understand, but he was desperate, so he obeyed. That night, he placed a bowl of beans beside his bed and lay down with pounding heart. Hours passed. The house grew quiet. The air grew cold. Then in the deepest part of night, he felt it. The familiar dread, the sense of presence, the tightening in his chest. The darkness seemed thicker. The room seemed alive with something unseen. In a shaking voice, he spoke into the dark. "If you are truly my wife's spirit," he said, "count these beans for me." The moment he said it, the fear shifted. It wavered like a fog disturbed by wind. He waited, listening for a response, for a voice, for the sound of beans moving. But nothing happened. The presence he had felt so strongly began to thin. The more he waited, the more he realized it could not do anything real. It could only frighten him as long as he fed it with belief. Slowly, the man's breath softened. His shoulders dropped. The ghost faded, not with a dramatic vanishing, but with the quiet dissolving of a story that could no longer hold itself together. In that moment, he understood what had haunted him was not his wife's spirit. It was his own guilt, his own fear, his own mind replaying what it could not accept. In the morning, he returned to the teacher and bowed deeply. "It disappeared," he whispered. The master nodded. "When the mind stops believing its own shadows," he said gently, "the house becomes quiet." From ghosts, the story shifts to another kind of illusion. The illusion that money and power belong to us, that they exist to build our image, to protect our status, to separate us from others. Zen often places wealthy people beside monks to show what true generosity looks like and what it means to use resources without being owned by them. There was once a famous swordsman and statesman known as Tetsuro. He served powerful leaders and moved among high ranks. And with that position came wealth gold that could have bought comfort, admiration, and a legacy carved in stone. Many expected him to use it that way. Many would have, because the ego loves to turn wealth into identity. But Tetsuro had a different heart. He understood impermanence. He understood that the world's praise is wind. He understood that the only thing that truly remains is the goodness you place into the lives of others. One day, a ruler offered him a large sum of money as a reward for service. The gift was meant to honor him publicly, to bind him closer to the court. Tetsuro accepted the money, respectfully bowed, and left. People assumed he would use it to elevate his household. Instead, he went quietly through the streets and found children who were hungry children, who had no shoes, children who lived at the edge of society where dignity is often forgotten. He used the money to feed them, to clothe them, to create small schools where they could learn. He gave without making speeches. He gave without carving his name into the gift. He gave as if it were the most natural thing in the world to return wealth to the hands of those who needed it. When others discovered what he had done, some were astonished. Some criticized him, saying he had wasted a great honor. But Tetsuro did not seem to care. His mind was not attached to the reward, so it did not matter whether others called his act wise or foolish. The gold had come, and he had let it flow through him, like water returning to the river. This too is Zen, not clinging, not hoarding, not building a self out of possessions, but letting life move freely, letting the heart remain wide. And from there, the night turns to a scene that looks small, even humorous, but holds a sharp point about attachment to symbols. There was a master named Myonan who had a precious book, a document said to represent spiritual authority, something like a certificate of succession, a sign that one teacher had recognized another. People respected such objects. They treated them as proof of legitimacy, proof of lineage, proof that awakening had been passed down correctly. When Myonan approached the end of his life, he called his student, a man named Shunji, and offered him this book. He said, in essence, "This is the proof of our lineage. Take it." Many students would have received it with trembling hands, proud to be chosen, eager to possess what others would envy. But Shunji did something unexpected. He took the book, looked at it quietly, and then without anger and without disrespect, he threw it into the fire. The flames caught the pages. The book curled, blackened, and turned into ash. Those watching were shocked. Some gasped. Some believed he had committed an unforgivable act. But Myonan did not look furious. He watched the burning calmly, and in that calm, the meaning became clear. Shunji was not rejecting his teacher. He was rejecting the mind's tendency to cling to symbols, to treat paper as truth, to treat objects as authority. He was pointing to what cannot be burned: direct understanding, presence, awareness, the living spirit of practice that is not contained in ink. In that moment, the fire became a teaching, not unlike Grandmother Kisa's burning hut, but without anger. A quiet reminder that even sacred things can become chains if the mind grasps them as identity. When the book had become ash, the room felt strangely free, as if everyone could breathe more deeply. Because the truth does not depend on a document. Awakening is not transferred like property. It is recognized directly again and again in the heart that sees. And so these stories, Ghost and Beans, Tetsuro's generosity, the book turned to ash, keep returning you to the same gentle point. What binds you is not always an obvious chain. Sometimes it is a fear you believe. Sometimes it is a reward you cling to. Sometimes it is a symbol you treat as salvation. Zen asks you to test these things, to see through them, to loosen the mind's grip. Now, as the night moves toward its final cluster of teachings, we return once more to the ordinary world where practice is not theory but daily life. You will hear of a master who refused to eat unless he worked of a teacup that died at the right time, and of a teacher who lived among beggars to show that compassion is not an idea. And then, like a final note that fades into silence, you will hear a flute and the night will settle back into stillness. After the ghost dissolved, when it could not count beans, after Tetsuro let wealth flow outward like water, after the book of authority turned to ash in a fire that could not touch true understanding, the night begins to feel simpler. The teachings are no longer circling around distant ideals. They are settling into the body, into the ordinary world, into the quiet truth that freedom is lived in small actions. How you work, how you let go, how you meet suffering without turning away. Zen often ends where life actually happens, in the kitchen, in the garden, on the road, among the forgotten. Because if awakening cannot live there, it is only a dream. There was once a great Zen master known as Master Baizan, famous for his discipline and his clear, grounded teaching. His monks respected him deeply, but some also feared his firmness because he did not tolerate laziness disguised as spirituality. He understood that the mind loves comfort, and that comfort can easily become sleep. Baizan made a simple rule in his monastery: every monk must work. They must sweep, chop wood, carry water, tend the garden, cook meals. Practice was not separate from labor. Labor was practice. And Baizan himself worked too, even in old age. He rose with the others, took up tools, and moved with steady attention, as if each motion were a form of meditation. One day, the monks noticed that Baizan was growing frail. His hands trembled slightly. His back was not as straight as before. They worried that he was pushing himself too hard. Out of respect, they decided to secretly hide his tools so he would be forced to rest. The next day, when Baizan looked for his tools and could not find them, he said nothing. He simply sat down and did not go to the dining hall when the meal was served. A monk came to him and said, "Master, why are you not eating? We prepared food for you." Baizan looked at the monk calmly and replied, "No work, no food." The monks were stunned. They tried to explain that they had hidden his tools out of love, out of concern for his health. Baizan did not become angry. He did not scold them for kindness. He simply repeated the truth he lived by: if the body can move, it can serve. If the mind can serve, it can stay awake. He would not allow comfort to become an excuse for drifting. Ashamed, the monks returned his tools. Baizan worked again, and only after working did he eat. The rule was not cruelty. It was clarity. It was a way of keeping life honest, keeping practice grounded, keeping the mind from turning spirituality into another form of sleep. From Baizan's firmness, the night turns toward another kind of letting go, one that appears not in work, but in loss. There was once a master named Zen who lived simply and taught with directness. One day, his student, an earnest young monk, was serving tea when he accidentally dropped the master's favorite teacup. It shattered on the floor pieces, scattering like small white petals. The student froze, heart pounding. He expected anger. He expected punishment. He expected the shame of having destroyed something precious. Zen looked down at the broken pieces. Then he looked at the student, and his face was calm. The student bowed, low voice, trembling. "Master, I'm sorry. I broke your cup." Zen nodded gently, as if acknowledging something inevitable. Then he said, in a quiet voice that carried the taste of impermanence, "It was time for your teacup to die." The student blinked, confused. Die? It was only a cup. But that was the teaching. Everything that appears will disappear. Everything that is born will die. Cups, bodies, reputations, feelings, seasons. The only question is whether the mind clings and suffers, or whether it accepts and becomes free. Zen did not deny that the cup had been useful. He did not pretend the cup was meaningless. He simply refused to cling to it. He saw its death as part of life. And because he did not cling, the student's mistake did not become a tragedy. It became a gentle reminder: do not build your peace on objects that will inevitably break. From the broken teacup, Zen moves into the world's rough edges, where spirituality can easily become pride if it hides in comfort. There was a teacher named Toshin who wanted to test his own understanding of compassion. He did not want to remain surrounded by respectful students and clean halls. He wanted to see if his heart could remain open where life is hardest. So Toshin went to live among beggars. He wore simple clothes, ate what was offered, slept in rough places, and moved through the streets where people averted their eyes. Many who saw him assumed he was simply another poor man. He did not correct them. He did not announce his status. He did not demand honor. One day, a beggar died in the street. People stepped around the body, uncomfortable, eager to escape the sight. Toshin did not step around. He knelt down, lifted the body gently, and carried it. He found a place to bury it with respect, as if burying a king. Not because the beggar had wealth, but because life itself deserves dignity. News of Toshin's life reached some of his students. They came to find him shocked. "Master, They said, "Why are you living like this? Why do you stay among beggars? You are a teacher. You belong in a temple." Toshin looked at them calmly. "If you cannot bear the smell of suffering," he said, "then your compassion is only an idea." Some students could not accept this. They wanted teachings that felt pure and comfortable. They wanted awakening without discomfort. They left unsettled. Others stayed humbled, realizing that Zen is not a costume you wear in clean places. It is the heart you carry into every place. As these final stories settle, the night gathers into a closing stillness. It is as if Zen is gently taking your hand and leading you back to the simplest truth. Everything changes, and yet something in you is capable of meeting change without fear. Work and eat. Break and let go. Walk among the forgotten and remain kind. These are not separate teachings. They are one teaching lived in different forms. It is said that the Buddha once spoke to a powerful ruler and reminded him that kingship, wealth, and conquest are like dust in the wind when compared to the truth of impermanence and the peace of a liberated heart. And there is another story of a blind person who, hearing a master speak, realized that wisdom is not hidden in a special class of people. It is available wherever the heart is open enough to listen. Finally, there is a master named Koan, who, when asked to explain Zen, did not offer a lecture. He simply lifted a flute and played a single note. The sound rose into the air pure and brief, and then faded. And in the fading, the teaching was complete. Nothing to grasp, nothing to add, nothing to argue with. Only the clear experience of this moment arriving and passing like breath. So now, as your own night deepens, let these stories rest inside you like warm embers. You do not need to remember every detail. You do not need to hold any lesson tightly. Let them sink beneath thought into the quiet part of you that already knows how to rest. If sleep is coming, allow it. If your mind is still awake, let it soften. Hear your breath. Feel the weight of your body. Notice the spacious awareness that has been here the whole time, listening gently like moonlight on still water. And as you drift, may you be safe. May you be at ease. May your heart be light. And if these stories have brought you even a little peace tonight, you're always welcome to return again here with us on the long night. Good night.